everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville. Welcome back to the Multiverse, where we do multiscapes, as in one, two, three, four paintings in one stream. Now, remember last stream, right, Armored Wolf? We were talking about doing more of this. Check out the references down in the corner. Little quick GPT type of stuff there because, like this. This was super fun. But then I thought, there was a couple of times where I did like the reflective water type stuff and some spacescapes of long ago, and I thought, gee whiz, well, let's like try it. Right, Landrest, it was crazy that thing just wanted to keep spitting out Land Raider, or not Land Raider. Well, the final one was kind of Land Raider-ish, but it kept spitting out rhinos. Does that look like a rhino to you there, Landrest? Doesn't look like one to me, and I don't even play 40K anymore. I haven't really played since 4th edition, and I know, yeah, that's not even a Land Raider, because that's not what it's, and not what it is. But that's what it kept saying that it was. Oh man, that was well. Let's just say that we kind of gave up on it, Landras. I said enough is enough. Now I did do a good job on these though. Again, look at the references down in the corner. Actually, this one over here is kind of spiff because look at that. It even has the light reflected in the right place on your mountains over there. So yeah, we're gonna use this one here, and was it this one? I was this one. So well, we're gonna start these two. We're gonna do these guys also. Let me move these over here. Oh, and by the way, so Armored Wolf here. I don't know if you saw. Oh, geez, I was supposed to post the video today. Oh well.
So say we all.
Hey there, M Tellies. So Armored Wolf, this is Dirty Down right here, and then these were the ones done with the resin that I flash cured with the light. So that's resin, and then the Green Stove World Blood Effects, and that is straight up Dirty Down over there. So sorry I didn't post the video today. There was just too much stuff going on. I kind of forgot. This also has Dirty Down right there. You can kind of see, so that's also Dirty Down right there. So thank you so much, M Tellies. Appreciate that. Whoops, wrong place. There we go. So M Tellies, I hope that you're doing well on your 56-month anniversary there. And of course, MTEL is maybe wait a little bit before you post stuff in the chat until we get more folks in here. And MTEL is what actually Landrest. I'm printing out. Remember those new ones I was showing you? Like there's the one where he's got CAD on his shoulder, and then there's the one with the books on the base and stuff like that. Those are printing right now. Just ask Armored Wolf how much we enjoyed our Cheeto Box experience this week, right? Armored Wolf, it was fabulous. It was absolutely incredible. Yeah, it's totally. All right, let me get this thing over here. Let's get it going on this. So great to see you there, M. Tellies. I'm going to scare up Mr. Reference picture here. Let's do that. All right. Oh, by the way, on the palette over here, look at this. That's Severus Blue. That's not poor man Severus Blue. That is Cobalt Blue, as in real Cobalt Blue. This is Ultramarine Blue, as in not, Paul Rubens Ultramarine. No, there's that's your Mars Black. This is Cobalt Violet. See this over here? That is Cobalt Violet, and that is Diox Violet, and this is Indanthrene Blue. Actually, the Landress, do you have any Indanthrene Blue? I don't know if you have Indanthrene Blue, but that's actually Landress. I kind of like that blue a little bit better than some of the other ones. I gotta say. Now again, we've never used any of the Cobalt Violet or anything like that on our spacescapes, so I just thought, well, let's give it a try. Let's give it a try and see what happens. No idea how it's gonna work out. So MTOAs, well, there's a few more people. I mean, again, MTOAs, if you wanted to post stuff now, or if you want to wait a little bit, and just make sure you got more eyeballs is there. That's all good. Where's that Indanthrene Blue? Ooh, that darkens that. Man, look at that. Man, look at that right there. Wow, that's That really darkens that up. Mm-hmm. Okay, alright. Put some of you over here. Some of you over here. Little scrumbly action there. Little scrumble. Little gentle scrumble right there. Alright, enough of that fooling around now. We find ourselves. I don't know, am I going to use this thing? I guess. No problem there, MTO. Well, MTO is if you wanted to post, it doesn't have to be something brand spanking new, right? It could be something that's maybe a little bit older, something like that. That's okay. That is all right if it is older. Nah, I was gonna grab me. Fine, okay. I'm gonna grab me a little touch of the. Whoops. Okay. Well, that was more than I thought it was gonna be. Hey there, Valfira. Great to see ya. Let me do this here. And some more. There we go. There we go. And then, well, actually, we already got stuff over there. And then that is going to be your water there. Then we need our mountains over here. It would be neat if there was a mountain that crossed in front of this. So I might just do something like that. And then this. Okay. We haven't done that before. Actually, Valfera, we are all Paul Rubens. We are all Alkids. We are all Alkids. Except tonight, we're not all Alkids. except tonight, it's there's actually cobalt violet out on the palette, Valfera, and there's cobalt blue. Yes, there's a pair of cobalts out on the palette. You know what? I'm gonna do something like this. I'm gonna change this around a bit here. I'm gonna do something like this here. Hey there, AD. So AD, this was just those three. It was the Prussian blue, it was the white, and it was the Dioxazine violet, and it was all the golden stuff. AD, and actually AD, I completely forgot to put any airbrush thinner stuff in there, and it went through the airbrush fine. I was using the Badger, just a Patriot 105, by the way. That's all. Yeah, just using the 105. Valfera, that's got some that was that's got some interesting possibilities, don't you think? Yeah. Well, I'll try to look into that, Valfera. See what's involved there, because that's not nothing, right, Valfera? That is definitely not nothing. So that could be very interesting for sure. So yeah, that was just your bog standard Patriot 105 doing the stuff. Actually, Armored Wolf. Now that I have a couple of those box compressors, because there's that one that I bought. I don't know. It was the. I think it's the one that you and I have, Valfera. Just the plain gray one from, oh gosh, whatever it was before the Galeri stuff. I think that's going out in the garage. Yeah, I think that is going out in the garage. And we're going to make use of it out there, I think. To do, because there's some backdrops that I have to do with spray, and the only way I can do that is outside. There's no place inside because it's a photo backdrop. It's huge. See you in a bit there, Landrast. Now, Landrast, there's no movie tonight, right? And again, M Toys, if you want to share some stuff, even if it's older. Oh, gee, sorry, AD. I completely forgot. AD, why don't you share some stuff there? Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Sorry, AD. Kind of distracted. So yeah, this is Cobalt Violet Valfera. Right here, what's on the brush now is actually Cobalt Violet. Just for funsies, Valfera. We'll see what happens. Now we're gonna scrumble. More scrumble in there. Very different from the Steino Res. Was it the Ghost Tint backdrops, right, Valfera? Because man, oh man, it does not slide across. Okay, no problem there, M-Towies. So Valfera, let's see, they should both probably be Series 4. I'll do a double check for you there, Valfera. Nope, that's not the one. Oh, look, that's Series 5. So that's Series 5, and I'm pretty sure Cobalt Blue is also Series 4 or 5. Oh, so Cobalt Blue is Series 4. Now, let me just do a little something. I just want to make sure that we've got our... Because we had to totally change focus around for all the blood stuff. Nice to see you there, Camda. Oh, Camda, I also have one of your new colors up here. So this is actually, that's real Severus blue, Camda, and that is your ice blue. What is it? Bright blue. So this is one of yours that you sent. Actually, Camda, that's one of the few Alkids out here. Everything else, Valfera, is all basically, I mean, full-on genuine cobalt and all that kind of good stuff. Now, what am I looking for here? Okay, I'm going to want this. Yeah, I'm going to want that guy. Looking around, where did my Filberte go? I guess we're just going to have to use this one here. No problem there, Camda. I mean, well, we're just getting underway, right? So you should be back. Heck, maybe even before we shift on to our next one. And again, the plan is, right, every hour we paint one. And then after that, we proceed on to the next painting, and then on to the next painting, and then on to the next painting, and then on to the next painting. Because that's what we do here. Now, what happens... See, this cobalt, it's weird because that cobalt violet looks like it has just like zero tinting power here. I have a feeling in some ways it's like a sneaky version of what is there, a Pearling Crimson. I think it's almost like a sneaky version of that. Now the thing is, this stuff's not going to set up as fast. Keep that in mind. This is not going to set up as fast as their other stuff does. So that we're going to have to do a little bit of a different approach here than maybe what you've seen before. I can tell already. I can already see it. Nope, Valfera, that is a Series 3 Williamsburg. Yeah, that's why we call the ice blue or whatever it is in Paul Rubens the poor man's Severus blue. Because that doesn't do what that just did. Like, at all. Not in the least. No siree. get a little bit more of our light over there. A little more of our blue over here. Cobalt violet into said mix over here. Where's our scrumbly brush? Time for some scrumbles. Because reasons. Scrumble there. Where is something behind it? Maybe this guy. Fine, whatever's. Don't care. Alright. Because we need ourselves some light on our mountain here. Yeah, look at that. That's very different than if that were just one of our alkyds right there. That is really different. Drag this down this away here. So I gotta change that up. Yeah, let's change this up. Let's change that. Okay. Oh, for changing that, let's Indanthrone blue. Because now again, that Indanthrone blue, that's not exactly going to dry quick. Like, not at all quickly. Let's carry this down here. Over there. Come on. We need that to be reflecting down here. We need this to be doing some stuffs right there. Where's me scrumbly brush? So again, that's doing a little bit of reflections here. Not this one. Let me see if this is going to do the trick here. More thinner, I guess. Like so here. So it's almost like moonlight, but it's a star and not a moon. That is no moon. That is no moon. There you go. Okay, so we got that happening. Come on. Boy, this Indanthrone blue is very different. Man. Hey, there's Sector X. Velfira, I'm still convinced that oh, what is that? That was the walnut-based alkyd stuff that I used in my oil-based blood effects there. So great to see you there, Sector X. Hope that you're doing well. Now, Sector X, I don't know, how has work been? Has it been kind of like it was for several weeks there, where there was no sleep, or has it been a little bit milder, a little bit easier to deal with? All right, come on. We need you reflecting here. No, one more. And now, AD, did you share the thing that you shared? Actually, AD, did you share your stuff there? Because now that is a Loot Studios, right? AD, that one that you're working on there, that's a Loot Studios, right? At least I think it is. That's good, Sector X. That's good. I wasn't sure if things were all crazy again. Let me now. Sector X, have you ever used InVideo? Actually, Sector X, now that we're doing so much stuff with the Eldritch Foundry, we definitely have to try and do another little thing with Meshy, because there's no way we can make this in Meshy, right? Right, Sector X? Yeah, we're not making that thing. That is not going to happen no matter what. So yeah, AED. I did the bust version of that, and the what would you say, the kimono, the material on the arms of the kimono just hangs down so much that it basically hangs all the way past, past the plinth, all the way down to the ground. It's making literally contact with, well, the ground basically. So yeah, Sector X, that is a thing that has to be mastered. That is pretty much not an option anymore. That has got to be figured out and it has got to be mastered. Uh, Remind me just to start watching some videos on that. I was watching videos on VidNaz. I was watching videos. Oh, here, let's get to this is again as our Cobalt Violet here. More Cobalt Violet. I was watching videos on InDesign, not InDesign. I think it was InVideo, not NVIDIA, but InVideo AI. For again, trying to do more editing options there. Come on, there we go. So again, that's our Cobalt Violet right there. Little bit, and it's kind of a dry brushy thing here. For a Series 5 Valfira, this Cobalt Violet stuff, I'm not seeing the use for it really. It just doesn't have, it doesn't got the oomph that you would expect from a Series 5. In some ways, it kind of just acts like a Paul Rubens color. It's like, okay, I don't need to pay Series 5 prices for a Paul Rubens color. I know where I can get it for half of a Series 1. No problem there, AD. No problem. Everybody, please check out that link that AD Creations just shared. And also, while you're at it, give AD Creations a follow. That is too much. And of course, Sector X, if there is something you want to share in the chat, whatevs, go ahead and do that too. Sorry, I forgot. Again, the brain is probably going to be a little bit verschmizzled here. There's just too many different things, trying to get those figured out all at the same time. More of this here. What are we at? So we're at 24 minutes, so we got ourselves another half an hour that we can play around with this before we need to proceed on to the next thing. Right? Because we're not going to linger on one thing. We're not lingering. Gonna get some of that over here. Scrumbly brush. There. So yeah, there's multiple backgrounds that I have to create tomorrow. I was I was trying to get out to the garage to spray those. I never really made it out to the garage except to open the door and throw the stuff in there before I had to help the neighbor with stuff. All right, let's do one of these things again. Of course, Camda, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow. Now, Camda, were you going to be doing any streaming this week? Sorry, I forgot to ask. Come on. Another soft. Come on, there we go. One of these to do that, and then to do that. But check out that Insta link there that Camda Paints just shared, and then give Camda Paints a follow. Where'd that thing just go? Just had it in my hand. There it is. And then we're going to do the same up here. So Valfair, hopefully allergy stuff not being too crazy right now. I know it's getting to be kind of be that time, right, Valfira? That kind of September, well, even August, I guess, right? Can be a little bit mischievous, but especially September, I think, right, and then into October. I know that down there it kind of changes when that problematic time is, because it doesn't get cold quite as soon down there. Well, sometimes it never gets cold at all down there, right, Valfira? Well, my brain doesn't work too well, Valfira, but it works well enough, right? It works well enough to ponder that and remember that at least. For everything else, not so much, right, Valfira? What can we say? Well, we'll also do some of our spatter stars too. Spatter Star Galactica, right? Everybody check out the Insta link that Camda Paints just shared. Again, please give Camda Paints a follow. So Camda, sorry if I've been missing your streams. That is not intentional, for sure. Not intentional. If you were doing that between the hours of, I don't know, what, 10 and, or say 9 and 2, then, well, you ain't gonna see me. If that's when you're streaming. That I do know for sure. 100% unequivocal. So I gotta try and get some sharper stuff going on here. Yeah, I might even throw, a little bit of our Mars black in there into the Indanthrone blue, because reasons or raisins, either way. Everything is panel lines, right, Velfera? Everything is panel lines and Aztecing. This is sky Aztecing. Yeah, we'll call it that, Velfera. We'll just say that's sky Aztecing. Let me get some dark on the other side of that. Oh, and these are star panel lines. Yeah. Sky Aztecing and star panel lines. Let me try some more dark over here, man. Let me do this here. Let me try. Okay, I guess with some thinner, maybe. Hmm. Let me modify. There we go. Come on. Reflect that. All right. A little more craggy right there. All right. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for sharing the ye old YouTube links. Now, what was the first? Oh, this was the first guy we did. Yeah. So this one is up on the YouTube channel. Now, this was a Patreon video, which was supposed to go up today, but again, with all the other stuff going on, I never got a chance to post it. So look for this video basically after the stream. And again, that's the first test of the dirty down, and then we also learned some other new methods. So we did the dirty down, we did other new stuff. So yes, lots of new things learned, lots of experiments. Again, you never know how the experiments are going to go. There was even a difference in. Okay, so I was using this mat thing. It was like a little rubber mat, whatever. Even which the side that you put it down on made a huge difference in the result. I mean, I was literally nothing more than just okay. I used the back side or the front side or whatever is what, and that made a massive difference in how things worked out. And that was again the that's we tried two different methods for the blood drips. Well, technically more than two. So much was learned with the blood drips. Armored Wolf. The one thing I was trying to tell you there that one of my big concerns is okay, I've got that thing open because you have to have it open to get the stuff out of there. And my concern is that as I'm doing that, it's the stuff inside the container is just going to coagulate because you kind of have to once you draw that stuff out of there, you can't just like, oh, I'm going to take a few seconds to close the jar. You got to use it while it's out there. And I wasn't quite sure if I needs to worry about that getting all messed up or whatever. Nope, nope, nope. This way. There we go. That's a little softer there. We got our star there. We got this thing here. Okay. I'll try to remember every so often to give that a stir there, Armored Wolf. Blending brush here. Just teensy little reflection here from that. That's good to know, Armored Wolf. I mean, again, there's a lot in the container. There was definitely an ease of use doing the resin flash cure version, and again, that was because I was doing icicles. I don't know if you saw it on those things, but there are icicles on them. And that was that method. I've been talking about it for months now, right? That I was going to take the UV curing resin, and instead of using the normal heavy gloss gel for the icicles, and that method was, oh, that was so much easier. Man, it was scary just how much easier it was. It definitely looked very realistic. That is for sure. And Armored Wolf, you know how you cut yours, right? You did the longer string and then you cut yours. Now, I don't know if you've cut that string and then kind of saved it to try and use for other stuff. I tried to do that. I kind of, it got stuck on me and then got sort of mishandled and went all over the place. And that kind of got forsmizzled because otherwise I would have just used that too. Hey there, Recoil. How you doing? Now, Recoil, have you seen the giant version of those whatchamacallits, the holographic things? I don't know if you've seen the really big versions of those, but those are like again 700-800 bucks, and they're at least as tall as a person. Now here we're going to try and get ourselves some other stuff going on here. You can see this has got itself some violet in there. This is cobalt violet. What's hilarious is that basically what I've done right here is mix the Paul Rubens color that I already have, which again is pennies on the dollar compared to cobalt violet. I believe it's very possible that cobalt violet is the most expensive Winsor Newton color that I've got. So Armored Wolf, there was one instance where I was putting the green stuff were a blood effect on top of the dirty down thing, and there was just too much on the brush, and it just went down into the snow. That was a little bit of a little bit of a disaster there. I mean, no big deal. It's not like anybody knew that wasn't not how it was supposed to be, but it definitely was not intended. Let's put it that way. So Recoil, hopefully everything goes well there. And of course, Recoil, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. Again, I thought I was gonna have a whole bunch of fun, like a sprayed backdrop to use for the BSG ships today. I never got a chance to do that. Hopefully, that is something I can do tomorrow during the day. So again, just doing our little soft cloud action over there. I think I need to take some of this, get a little bit of our dark there too. Then we need a little bit of that lighter mountain stuff here. Push that up a little, push this over a little. The other thing, that crazy thing that happened, Armored Wolf, is that somehow there was enough of a breeze from this fan that actually pushed one thing of dirty down into another strand, so I had to basically rip it all off and start over again. And again, all this is live on camera, so when you watch that video again, I meant to post it today. It's going to be posted tomorrow. Well, actually, it's going to be posted today because now it is today. It is 12:13 here, which means it's a happy Friday. Come on. More of that, not the blue there. All right, that's good. Geez, recoil. How many sets of blade? Because the one that I saw for 700 bucks recoil was maybe it was about 6 feet tall and it had 3 sets of blades on it. That's got to have four. And that's got to be what, 11, 1200 bucks or something there recoil. That cannot be cheap at all. Let me see if we can again. We're just trying to accentuate some of our mountain peaks here. Let's do this one here. Now we need to have a shoreline along here. And then over here. Okay, got a little bit of a shoreline there. Shoreline over here. There we go. No palette knives harmed in the making of these mountains, right? Again, we don't need any shovels here or anything like that. We just use hairy sticks. That is all we need to get the job done. Now here I'm gonna get me my Severus blue. More scumbling here. Grand Oracle, do you remember the story I was telling about the? Yeah, well, you do, because well, let's put it this way, Grand Oracle. I would have lost my Totenship card if they had seen that when I was at the Academy, Grand Oracle. I would have taken away my Totenship card. Thanks, Grand Oracle. Also, Grand Oracle, remember we were doing that? Oh, what the heck is that called? The axe throwing stuff, right? Where you go there and you throw the axe at the target and stuff. And the way these guys were handing the axe to each other, I mean, they're literally every one of us is a Boy Scout or is currently a Boy Scout. And I'm like, I'm taking away everybody's Totenship card in this room. I'm taking every single Totenship card away from you guys. It's like, did you not remember? Did you not learn how you're supposed to be handing off an axe to somebody? Let's put it this way: they changed their approach to handing the axe off to each other after that. When the Totenship cards were threatened with removal there. There we are. I mean, that was almost daily life at Scout Camp, right? Was the threat of taking away somebody's Totenship card. Ain't it the truth, Grand Oracle? Well, let's put it this way: they almost got axed. The way they were handing those things around like they were handing Skittles to each other. It's like you do realize that that's kind of hazardous what you just did right there. There was a genuine reason why you were told to hand an axe to somebody a certain way. So that everybody if each person started out with 10 toes, they were supposed to end the day with also 10 toes. That's for sure, Grand Oracle. Alright, going Grand Oracle, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead like always. Now, we're 45 minutes in. Let's do some spatter stars. Spatter star galactica. Where's my spatter brush? There it is. Again, it took years to make this brush. That's why this custom brush is available for the low, low price of $275. If you want another one, it's going to take 3 years to make it, and that's going to add another $700 to your cost. All right, here we're just going to do this. Let's get some spattery stuff going here. Can you see what we're doing? Yeah. Some spatters there. Come on. There's some more. Some more out there. Some more over there. We seem to have lost a whole bunch of our paper towels here. So Grand Oracle, it's about the consistency of a pin line wash. Might even be thinned down. I mean, it's if it's not a pin line wash, it's really, really, really close to it. Because if that stuff is thick, it's it's not going anywhere. And by thick, I mean pretty much anything beyond a pin line wash. Look at that, Valfair. We're blinking stars out of existence. Yeah, it's creating happy little mountains. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, we create and destroy stars at will here. We did. We just what we create, we can also destroy. Again, I'm trying to move this over a little. Like so. Now remember, your reflections, they are not as intense, or the colors aren't, the lights aren't as light, the darks aren't as dark in your reflections. Something to remember. Well, that's fantastic. Everybody, check again that Instagram post that Camda just posted there, because that is something that's been a commission that hasn't been able to be shown for quite some time. So go check that out, and everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow. So yeah, recoil. I had no idea about Wednesday until it got to be like 7:30 or something like that, 7:45. So I messaged Zach with that song, and apparently he wrote in Discord or something like that. I'm like, I'm never gonna see that. I don't even know what the Discord is. I could not tell you, Rico. I have no clue. No idea what the Discord thing even is. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate it. Oh, gosh. What are we at? 48 minutes? Yeah, we're 48 minutes in on this right here. Nah, no, 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 no. Let's, and Camda. Oh, wait. Well, here we go. Yeah, we just put some cobalt blue on the brush, Camda. That is cobalt blue and dioxazine violet together. Now we do some scumble here. Or scrumble, either way. Oh, you can see that. That's much more reddish right there. That makes me feel better. Actually, recoil. I mean, all kidding aside, it really does. It really is, because I have no idea. And then that other thing too, the software there, it's like I don't even know what that is. I know the sound it makes because Kathy used to use that. Oh, and Grand Oracle, I've got the new Apelius Spellbrush figures printing out now. I got both of them CAD. is on his shoulder, on his arm, and then one has all the books and stuff. I don't believe we'll be doing those this weekend. Yeah, in fact, I know we won't be. That would be for next week, probably. I'm hoping that tomorrow I'm doing the that Galadrim chariot thing. And then maybe some of those dwarves on set, or the other way around. It could be the dwarves tomorrow night and then the chariot on Saturday. That's right, because Friday would be the earlier probable start time. Actually, Valfera, I have to check out the our college football schedule here. Grand Oracle, yeah, we'll use short stubby brushes for our short stubby dwarves, right, Grand Oracle? Actually, I've got these goblin casualties that I printed out from Diwali. I want to try and get some of those on the bases with the dwarves. All right, may have that crossed over this way a little bit more. Blend you out a little bit. So again, we have genuine cobalt blue, genuine cobalt violet out on the palette here. I was kind of hoping that this it would be kind of neat to use those, and maybe we kind of use them a little bit more in the future because again that cobalt violet, that's series 5. That is again the most expensive Winsor Newton paint we've got here. No problem there, AD. Sorry, I wanted you to get to see the other one where the light was gonna really reflect off of our mountain thing there. But well, we'll certainly be doing more of these, right? And AD, if you want to show your stuff one more time before you head out, everybody please give AD Creations a follow while you're at it. All right, and Michael, if you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. Let's welcome in Astro Canuck. How you doing there? And a Skywalker. So thank you so much, Canuck. Well, I guess it's almost getting to be that time, right, Canuck? It's almost that time when hockey fans start thinking about keeping that stick on the ice. So Astro, how are you doing? Everybody please give Astro Canuck a follow while you're at it. So Astro Canuck, well, guess what we're doing? We are doing some Spacescape. Hey there, Karen Day. Nice to see you. No problem there, AD. So this is painting number 1 of 4. Here, we'll show you what we did last week. Let's see. So we took, actually had one large painting. Well, it wasn't really a painting. It was just a little airbrush exercise that was cut into 4 pieces. And then we added some planets. We added our nebulas and clouds. We added more clouds. We added planets. We added landscapes. We added all kinds of fun stuff. Hey there, Budgie, how you doing? Thank you so much, Karen Day. Appreciate that. Now here's well, we've been doing this for how many weeks now? Let me get you some more, cause there's more. I think this was the week before. So again, there's some more action. Some of these are actually upside down, whatever. But yeah, there's you can see we kind of went through different color schemes here. Look at that. And then, oh yeah, there's this one here. Actually, I think most of these are upside down, believe it or not. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, there we go. That's made a little more sense. So again, we have a four each of these. Uh, one stream, four spacescapes. Yeah. So again, we got planets, we got stars, we got all
It's
kinds of stuff.
my ganja.
We also have Budgie Rampage, which has joined us here. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now that's kind of the Arda that I know, like peaceful little stars and little landscapes and stuff, and like no Saurons. It's like, well, actually, he was there because he's a Meyer like you. It's like, seriously, you have to just interrupt me there. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Budgie. What's gonna happen on the big Gandalf 6? So we'll get your auto. Uh-oh. Gandalf shows up. He rolls himself a 1. So we'll get you your autocorrect monster in a second. Hey there, Erid. How you doing? Everybody, please give Erid Ken Wife a follow too. Now our Monday stream. Look at this. So we combined our Spacescape along with yet another one of our Galactica ships here. This is the massive Cobalt class assault ship. So we did this one on Monday. Then we did these on our Friday and Saturday streams here. Let's get these guys out. There we go. So these are from Warcrow right here. So again, I think this was our Friday stream, and I think that was the Saturday stream. And we added the Isocles, we added the blood effects. Look at these fabulous Isocles right there. Yes, indeed. Now here's our other. Okay, so these are the ones we haven't done anything on yet. You can see how we have added to these. And in about 5 minutes, Astro Canuck, we were just about to get to another one. So again, Astro Canuck, if you want to share anything in the chat, and of course, Irid, why don't you share your Pinterest links? Share your Pinterest links as well. So again, here is yet another one. We're just about to get going on that one too. Everybody, check out that fabulous jewelry link. Still working on the Gundam, right, Arid? A couple more streams this weekend. And how are you doing there, Sea Dragon? Now, for all the new folks here, if your post in the chat has been modified unfairly by the autocorrect monster, you can't claim vengeance on him because here he is. Look at that. You can see. No wonder everything you type goes all wacky. Because look at it. Look at he's doing that at keyboard. So that is the autocorrect monster. Be sure that again, if he ever unjustly modifies your post, that you make sure you expose him to the light of day or to the starlight here. Do you think it might be one more week there, Arid? So great to see you again, Landrast. I'm guessing Mtelly's still there, right? So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. And again, I appreciate that, Astral Canuck. Now again, we also do well. Speaking of sci-fi things, there you go. We also do other sci-fi things. Let's keep going with a little bit of lighter something on this cloud right over here. And of course, we appreciate again the raid by Astrokana, and thanks, Budgie. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, this is all with oil paint. Yeah, regular old oil paints here. We will just drag out a couple of the tubes for you here. So again, here we've been using Williamsburg, Windsor Newton, Gamlin, and again we have genuine cobalt violet and cobalt blue out on the palette this time around. It's the Doomsday palette again, right, Landrast? Yes, the Doomsday palette lives again. Almost like, the Zygomors. Yes, the dreaded Zygomors. So you can see what we're going to do here. So we do this. Now we're going to grab ourselves something else like maybe this. And watch as we do a little smudgy here. And we do the same thing with the miniatures. We paint the miniatures with the oils. We paint our little spacescapes here with the oils. We also paint... If I can get all the way down to the bottom of these here, we've also painted other things here with the oil paints. This was our Battle of Midway right there. And oh, look at this, Babylon 5. More spacescapes. Oh, look at that, more Babylon 5. We've done Firefly. Oh, look at that. That's Space Sauron right there. So that's some of our other, and every Thursday, like Arid was saying, we uh, we do something like this. Little fun here. Now we're at 1 hour, so why don't we set this one aside here? We grab this one, and now we're kind of do some of the stuff we did here, but we're gonna do that on this other one right here. Actually, let's do a whole different thing. Let's do a whole different deal here. Let's grab this and let's have some fun times. Plan it this way, plan it over here. That's what we're gonna do. All right. So much for happy little trees, right? We are gonna bring into existence now happy little planets here, because that's what we do on this channel. We create entire universes, not little mountains and trees. Which way are we going to go with this? Down here or up here? I think we'll go up here with this. A start. Later stuff. Something later here. Maybe like that. And now our planet marches into existence. Look at all that fabulous little blending that happens. Is it clouds? Is it rocks? Is it both? Is it seas? Whatever it is, it's a happy little planet over here that has just come into existence. But we need another little buddy form over here. Let's do that. Maybe a little larger. It happens quick. As they say, don't blink. Don't blink. Actually, Grand Oracle, I gotta see what we can do with the GPTs and making another Weeping Angel. Yeah, we gotta do that. No problem there, Astro Canuck. So Camda, I've been trying to, in the shadow areas, utilize the cobalt violet and stuff. Mostly, again, in the shadow areas to try and get that little bit of warmth like you're talking about there. So thanks so much, Astro Canuck, for the raid. And again, everybody please give Astro Canuck a follow if you haven't already done that. Definitely do that. Because again, we're kind of having this light creep its way down here. Let's grab maybe this guy again. Start to lighten that up, and then we start to do one of these things here, like we did on the other one. Let's take it this way. So these little lens flares, again, real common on especially your Hubble Space Telescope images because of the essentially what was holding the mirror in place. That's that's fantastic, right, Camda? That is good news. Yes, very good news. Or as what was it? Oh yeah, Allo Allo, good news. Yes. If anyone is familiar with Allo Allo, one of my favorite TV shows. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're gonna sell some cobalt blue. Boom, and we're gonna make a little changeola here. I'm gonna scumble this in. find ourselves another one of these, and we do this. You thought this was just for doing little happy clouds. Oh no, you can do it for doing happy little nebulas, happy little stellar nurseries, happy little galaxies. So yeah, we needed that dark over there. All of a sudden, this, right, starts to stand out even more. Now let me get Silver's blue on the brush, and we're going to do some of that over here. Whoa, look at that. That's a much cooler kind of Severus blue there. Cammed it. Now I'll take one that has no paint on it. Take this, and we're just going to start to scrub this like so. You can, I don't know if you can hear that. That's very much changed everything that's going on here, right? Very much changed all of that. Now it's about we take this brush, start to lighten some things up here, and start to add some light to our clouds there. Again, happy little stellar nurseries, making happy little planets, all the happy little things. Now, Camden, that's got to be a major sort of confidence booster, wouldn't you say? Yeah, that's got to be a nice little confidence booster there. Oh, look at this. We're getting a whole nother type of cloud action going on here. There is a little bit of the thinner on the brush, not a ton. Again, for the most part, these are just craft brushes. For the most part. In fact, almost exclusively craft brushes. And you can see how these are starting to kind of occult that star just a little bit. Now look at, we got some more of our blue happening out here. Let's get another Filbert style brush. Cobalt violet. That's a whole different color right there. You can kind of see it's got that reddishness to it. Almost sort of magenta-like right there. But not a ton. It's supposed to be kind of on the subtle side. And then that will go, come on, over here. Because we need, again, the reflected light on this side. Let's get that going here. You can see how things are starting to evolve, starting to emerge. Now, oh, I thought that was the pyramid right there. Now, again, you can see we're using this whole like a variety of just basically craft brushes here. The original craft brush was we're going to be used. You'll see this again. This is what we're going to use to spatter our stars into existence. Yeah, this pretty much destroyed brush right here is essentially, it kind of started out life as something more like this. Now we just used one of these for the snow and blood effects on these guys right here. All right, for the snow effects, that's what we use. This brush right there. These are about 27 cents a piece or something like that. And this is, look, we've got texture paste in there. There's super glue. There's tile grout down over here. All kinds of stuff. There's epoxy sculpt stuck on there. Now, again, these brushes, they've changed colors over the years, but this right here, it's kind of been the cornerstone of our brushes. Essentially, again, just using craft brushes, because not everything has to be a super expensive brush. But even a lowly craft brush can indeed be the one true brush. Now I'm trying to get back to my scene here. 1 second. I just scroll right on past it because I'm not. There we go. But again, 12 of these, package of 12. These can even work as a filbert brush. They can also be used as a blending brush too. So these and we'd use these for our color charts too, right, Camda? Yeah, they're really fantastic for our color charts. Oh, that's what I want. I want this guy here because we need to lighten up the edge of our other wee little planet here, like you do, and then we need to start indicating maybe some surface features also, like that. Now over here we can start to bring out even more of our planet. Now that we got all that darker stuff next to it, right? So look at that. And now we'll have ourselves a nice little chain of highlights right here. And again, everybody please give Irid a follow. Now, so Irid, that diorama is going to look really nifty when that is all done. And who knows, Irid, if it takes one extra set of streams, I mean, no big deal, right? No big deal. Come on, a little more here. There we go. Now this, I might take my blending brush to that and knock that down even a little bit further, right? So look at this. It's kind of like doing that. So where's our other? It's the same idea as what's happening here, right? The stars reflecting on the water. Well, stars reflecting on that. We got this going on here. Let's get some darker stuffs happening up here too. In Danthrin blue, some of this. Enhance the contrast there between our shadow side and where the light hits this. And we'll go back and do more stuff on here. We've been working on this, what, 15 minutes? 15 minutes. That's it. And darken that up even more. Maybe a little more of our violet in there. Some thinner. And now let's continue some of these clouds over this way. Like you do. Danthrin blue. Maybe some cobalt blue. And now we're going to do a little different tack here. We're going to try to do a little more scumbling of this. Take this, and we're going to start to blend that, soften some of these edges. And edge contrast, definitely a thing, not just color contrast. Where's that Sever's blue down here? There we go. So see, we're doing this kind of circular brush stroke here. That's kind of pulling all of these elements together. Where are you hiding? Grab this. Put some of it out here. We'll Sever's blue into that. A little thinner. There we go. And then we'll get some little light highlights on these kind of wispy clouds here. We're also going to do our spatter star stuff. Because again, we need our spatter star Galactica, right, Grand Oracle? So here again, that same kind of circular motion. Going round and round and around. We're going to get ourselves maybe another little star thing going over here. And maybe take some of our violet here. Mush that in. Get rid of that. Let's lighten this up some more. Lighter there. Another star up there, perhaps. Again, here, let's get some more of our. This cobalt violet really, it's interesting how it just, it's actually seems kind of weak. And then you sort of see it in person and it doesn't look quite as weak anyway. Where's that? There it is. So again, here's one of our One True Craft brushes. Just like Camda was talking about. Look at this. We just brought a nice little soft star effect into existence there. I mean, that it's hard to get much easier than that. It really is. And all this oil paint. And because we're using so little paint, and because we're on a pretty absorbent surface here, this stuff should be pretty dry. I mean, if it's not totally dry by tomorrow, by the next day, it'll be dry. Dry enough, certainly, to handle, no problem. Well, looky here. Starting to get some lighter stuff on our cloud there now. More of that here. And then again, all these edges, we can soften these up with those fabulous blending brushes, which are just, again, run-of-the-mill craft brushes. That's all they are. Turn this over. Got this. And now, looky how those edges nice and soft. It's just that easy. That's why we can sell them for so much, right, Camda? Because they are highly specialized blending implements. Oh god, what was the thing we came up with the last stream there, Camda? There was something we came up with last stream. It was some kind of an implement where it was giving us an excuse to sell something that cost pennies on the dollar for hundreds of dollars. I don't remember what it was, Camda. I can't think of what that was. It was something ridiculously inexpensive that we were going to turn into something ridiculously expensive. Now, we were talking about, again, this little bit of a highlight on these clouds here. Yeah, we're about 20 minutes into this one, maybe. We maybe have been doing this for 20 minutes. How's about we steer step some more of our light stuff going down this way, like we do there. And we'll lighten this up some here. A little more. There we go. Just get a little bit more on those clouds. Now on this thing here. Even more of an edge contrast. Also more value contrast. Come on, there we go. Oh, and usually, you only think about Christmas time around, say, I don't know, July these days, but when thoughts turn to the holidays, well, where does our thought go to, right, Camda? It goes right there. Yes, because once it gets to be November, specifically Thanksgiving, well, guess what? That's where we start painting planetary ornaments. Yes, this. I mean, it is of course the Omni channel, right? And one of the things that we talk about on the Omni channel is astronomy, of course. I mean, we have the proof. It's the Omni channel. So yes, you will be seeing 3D versions of planets soon enough. Yes, indeed. Halloween will barely be cool. You'll still be eating Halloween candy, and we will be doing space-themed ornaments. Because, well, why not, right, Camda? That's again, that's genuine Severus blue. Now we're into that Paul Rubens. I think it's called bright blue. That is gonna go over here, over our little star there. Back to our blending brush. Like so. Again, just to kind of soften all that stuff up over there. Where did my... There you are. There you are. Give it the lens flare. Like we do on our stars. And I think we're about a half hour in there. Not even a half hour. Again, we've called planets into existence. Stellar nurseries. And again, there's our nice little lens flare. Let's do some spatter stars. So again, here's the one true brush that Erid wanted to see. Well, again, that's just a brush that's been chopped like so. You say, well, is that just for spattering stars? Well, it is, but it also serves another function. So we've got something like this. We need mud spatters, or we need to do something like this, where we're just going to so we're just going to stipple that on there. That's what this can do again because of the beveled edge. I mean, it's got glue, it's got epoxy scope, and it costs about a quarter. We don't feel bad about cutting that. And again, then it works for something like this. One of our fabulous bolt action vehicles there. So again, we are going to take a whole bunch of thinner here. That is essentially a pin line wash consistency. I'm going to get this out of the blast radius because there is a blast radius with this stuff. And here we go. So some gentle little spatters here. Let me hit another couple of spatters to get some of the stuff out of that. There we go. And it's a kind of a balance of too much or not enough thinner. It's just one of those things you'll have to kind of figure it out as you go along. It's kind of a feel sort of a thing. Okay, so we've got ourselves some stars. Now this is again where the power of the oils come into effect. And we say, as masters of our universe, we say, nope, not you. Not you guys either. So again, entire star systems wiped away. There. Didn't take long to do that, now did it? That was simple enough. Some a little lighter there. No, 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 no. Let's go over here to our violet stuff. Let's get this edge here. This one too, and then we need some stuff going on the surface here. Some kind of surface features for a little moon or whatever that is. Arid, they got a lot of neat stuff, right? They have oil. I think they have watercolors too, but they have don't they have a couple of different types of pastels, Arid? And of course, those oil pastels. That's what pops up, Arid, every time we go to find. We're looking for the Paul Rubens alkyds. It keeps wanting me to get those oils pastels, Arid. In fact, that's usually what shows up before. Yeah, that stuff shows up before the Paul Rubens oil paints does. The oil pastels. Again, a couple little bits of light from you there. And now here we can position these stars because again, trying to do the spatter there that close, that doesn't make much sense. We can go ahead and do these kind of individual like, and then sort of kind of play off where the other ones are. Oh, that sounds fantastic, Garrett. Those are a little bit more than crepas, aren't they? Although, Arid, I have to say, I have been tempted to get those crepas again. Part of it, I think, is nostalgia, Arid, just to see, okay, what could I do with those now? Because I'm pretty sure, Arid, the last time I touched those, I don't even know if I was even in high school at that time. I think I was just still in grammar school last time I played around with those. Now, I'll take a look on Amazon, see how much they are there. If they're less on Dick Blick, we'll just get them from there. Yeah, I couldn't tell you the last time exactly or even roughly when I played around with those, but I think it was maybe high school. But if that's the case there, Arid, actually, no, Arid, I've never actually, believe it or not, used just like genuine oil pastels. I've always used regular pastels. And, well, those just became impractical for so many reasons. But oil pastels would not have the same problems, right, Arid? So I think might have to explore. I mean, again, they pop up every single time I'm looking for the Paul Rubens alkyds. Oh, and Camda, I've got some tubes, empty tubes that are coming this way. They're actually, believe it or not, they're plastic tubes, and they're supposed to be, I think, for like, say, lotion samples or something like that. They're 5 milliliter. No idea if they're going to work. I just got one of them just to try them out. Well, we certainly have plenty of craft brushes here, right, Arid? We certainly have plenty of those. Actually, Camda, so you're like, wait a minute. So Arid just got you some homework. If you could just shoot me a message, just a reminder. Uh, look on Amazon for the oil pastels. So Camda, I got there. Oh gosh, and I still don't have the green tube, but the Armored Wolf, it's those same green tubes that Verco's was trying to use for their paint. They're still using those same green tubes, right? Right, Armored Wolf? Or no, they're 10 mil. That's what they're not five. Those are tens. But actually, Camda, all kidding aside, I was thinking about a new episode on making your own interference paints and all that other kind of stuff, but using the tubes instead. Now, again, I love these. I think this is always still going to be my favorite way is doing this. But we'll give the tubes a try. And I was thinking the plastic ones. Remember I was telling you about those paints where you can like work the tube in your hand to try and mix all the linseed oil and everything back into the paint. Well, that's why I got the plastic ones. Okay, so again, we've got our clouds there. We got this over here. So yeah, that is all Eric Conway's fault right there. Camden was just sitting there going to the shops, minding his own business. And next thing you know, boom, he's got himself homework. That's kind of like the kid in class that does something and the teacher maybe gets a little bit miffed about that. And she's like, all right, I don't care if there's 40 in this class. All 4 of you just got homework because of this guy. And again, everybody please give Cam to Paints a follow. Please give Ear to Killwave a follow because they both do the streaming thing as well. And Irid's been streaming. Would you say is it the last month now, Irid, with this set of streams that you've been working on that Gundam diorama there? So Camda, since you know where we live here, uh, if the hospitality fund is met, then favors shall be granted. Again, that's kind of how things work in this town. You grease the skids, everything goes fantastic. Now here again, this is more of our just cobalt blue here. That is just straight up cobalt blue. Some of that's going to go over here too. We're working around those stars. Yeah, Landrast and greasy skids is a bad thing, right? Now, of course, you probably don't want to visit the restaurant called Greasy Skids. That probably is not a fantastic establishment to frequent right there. So we're getting a little bit of that. Again, that Severs blue up there. So let's see. We've been working on this about 35-ish minutes. So in about 20 minutes tops, we're going to move on along to our next one. Because we got some more. We got some more. And again, we'll probably be doing something like what you see maybe in that lower right-hand corner over there. No, something darker. Something darker down here. So again, we got all this. Look at this. It's a filbert style brush. Nothing but the highest in quality and finest equipment here, right, Camda? Oh, also too. So cleaning the brushes. We're not using thinner. We're using this. It's from Winsor Newton. Look at this. It also works for acrylics too, and not hazardous, no vapors. So when we work with our thinner, there's our thinner. I mean, this is 4 or 5 hours worth of thinner right there. Because again, we're not using that to clean the brushes. That is it's only for one purpose. It's to thin the paint. That's it. Not using it for cleaning brushes. Oh yeah, yeah. How about some of our ultramarine blue too? Ooh, there we go. Look at how dark that just got. Well, that just went to a dark place, right, Grand Oracle? Well, that just got dark, I think, as the saying goes. Move it over this way. And bam, there we go. Super high contrasty stuff going on right where we needs it. Cobalt blue. Cloudy things. Look at that. There we go. Then now our planetoid really's got itself a nice little something to contrast with. Almost tempted to, maybe we won't take that out completely. I'm going to do some of this. So I have to say, yet another attempt with the Cobalt Violet, all Series 5 of it. Still left wondering exactly why is this so nifty. That and you're wondering, like, well, then why do you have it? It's because, much like, what was the other? There was another one. Oh, Cerulean Blue. It was one of my favorite watercolors. Absolutely loved it. As an oil paint, it does not. It's basically just not functional. Not as an oil paint. Not in miniatures anyway. Maybe in some other universe. See what I did there? It is, but not in this one. Nice to see you there, Doji. So Doji, I meant to have the next episode on the Patreon page, the one with all the blood spatters and everything, and the snow. Just things got a little active around here, so I didn't get a chance to do it. So that you'll have something to look forward to there tomorrow, Doji. Well, later today, after the stream, we'll get that posted up. Doji, if you would like to share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Of course. Before you have to head on out again. Let me see. So we're at 36 minutes. So about almost 40 minutes on this one here. And where's our first one? Here it is. So this was our first one, Doji. Right there. So it's a sandscapes. No. Yeah, sandscapes. They are space landscapes. Well, geez, Doji, that means I got to get a whole bunch more film this week. So we can turn that 10 into 20 there, Doji. Yeah, we'll have to do that, because that you'll be absolutely delirious if we did that. Like, yeah, thanks. Now I'm 20 vids behind. Thanks, Doji. Again, now as far as the color scheme goes, it's not super different than some of the other spacescapes that we did. However, we haven't really been doing as much with the landscape stuff, and we haven't done anything with reflections until this session here. So again, did a little bit of a softer stuff down on the edge down there. We're using Sever's blue, Doji, and cobalt blue and cobalt violet. So yes, Sever's blue is on the palette. That's what we got on the brush right now. So again, this could take longer to dry. Now, look at this. This up here was darker. Same blue. Down here, look at how light that is. It's the same blue. There's no difference between this and this. It's all about context. Right, Grand Oracle. It's all about context. Whatever it's next to. Also, what we're trying to walk this forward, right? It's almost like you're looking at the waves, like on water or something like that. That's kind of what we're trying to simulate a little bit here. Also, too, we have, look at that. See how that paint's mixing together there? Everybody, please check out that Insta link that Doji just shared. Also, let's welcome in Surface Tension. Surface Tension also paints with the oil, so Surface Tension is going to share some fabulous oil painted miniatures, too. So Surface Tension, I think I sent you, I don't know if I sent you both of these references. I know I sent you one of them. But yeah, just a quick little thing where I took again, this, fed it into the GPT with a few little, little prompts there. And it gave me a little something to think about there. So thank you so much, Budgie. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for the follow, Budgie. Oh, Budgie, we're going to be streaming again tomorrow. We're going to be streaming Saturday. Well, later today and Saturday. And then Monday, Budgie. Well, that's when we've been doing our Battlestar Galactica stuff. And again, the same techniques we used on these clouds here, same thing, just different colors. Just some different colors. So thanks, Budgie, and have yourself a good one. That's good. Surface tension. Now surface tension. Everybody, again, please check out that Mastodon link there. More fabulous oil painted goodness. Go check that out. And again, same thing. Same thing with Doji. Oil painted goodness. Some Drukari there. Little more. There we are. All right. So yeah, that needed to be extended up here. It was like, was it afraid to come near this planet or something? Or moon or whatever it is? Nah, we gotta get some stuff in here. Like so, blending brush. Like so. Then we're gonna get our maybe our little stars back in there. Where'd our brush go? Little stars back in here. See, we can blink them out of existence and then bring them back. Surface tension. Look at that again, how powerful the oils are, right? See you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. Well, next time we see a Doji, fabulous bakery run will be achieved, right? The neighbors said no more fabulous bakery runs. Yeah, they said no more of those dump cakes because you end up dumping them on us and then we end up eating those. All right, I'm going to do that and we're going to bring this back into existence here. There we go. Again, a little lens flare there. So let me see. I think we're about less than 10 minutes now from kind of starting up our next space game. And the idea is that we'll be setting this one aside. We already set the other one aside. And then we're going to add even lighter effects on here and maybe some other shapes that we, in some ways, it's not easy to do with the oils being so fresh on there. Now, again, nothing's going to be dry during the session here. But with the oils, if you give them 15, 20 minutes, an hour, what they do is it's kind of like bread in a proving drawer, or you're going to do a clay pot. You don't throw that pot and then throw it in the kiln 2 seconds later. No, 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 no. Well, you can. It'll just explode or crack or something bad. So what we do is we take those and we let them prove somewhere else. Let them prove somewhere else so that they're not going to crack or do something nasty. Something that's going to make you sad. Don't want to be sad. Again, just chucking in some little stars is there. Now we're going to try to, along the little clouds, little wispy clouds. It's basically what we're doing here, only we're doing it here now. So again, a couple of angles right there. Landress, I'm trying to think like a resin printing equivalent, Landress. Oh, well even an equivalent on the Bamboo X1. Printing too soon after your last print. Actually, Landress, does that ever happen with your other printer there? Or if you start up the next print like way too soon? You know, if you're just like doing a repeat of something and it's just been going for like 14 hours, and then you're like, okay, I'm just going to do that same print again. And it's like the thing is not even had a chance to cool down or anything. So see you later there, Doji. Again, have yourself a good one. So again, you can see we're kind of lightening the edges of these clouds here. We don't want to do too much there because we got this guy down here. Let me steal more of maybe this here. to do it to more of our little happy little cloud highlights there. Well, something like that, like what we got going on over here. So yeah, Camda, that happened. Actually, it was one of those Moria terrain pieces. That's when we discovered that the Bamboo X1, with its fabulous enclosure and everything like that, well, even in the dead of winter, if it's not winter-like temperatures, yeah, it can get too hot. Yeah, it traps that heat in there, and it actually gets too hot, and you actually have your filament just kind of melting in the nozzle in not a good way, in a bad way. It just literally gets too hot, and Lethal Shadows discovered that. Well, I discovered it because it was December, and we had basically one of those stupid December heat waves, which is, well, every December. So yeah, working with basically PLA exclusively. It's a wee bit sensitive to melting, right, Landrast? So Cam, I'll send you a picture that Dennis sent me. He actually created. He went in there and he made basically something that would raise the roof, and it also has vent holes in it. Yeah, he actually made like a whole new thing for it that goes up on top. Uh, so uh, So I just keep the door. Actually, I haven't done it this summer, but last summer I had the door open and I had a little tiny fan blowing in there. Little teensy fan. So again, in about 5-ish minutes here, we're going to move on to another one. And that one's going to have more of our mountains in it. Also, I might want to clean some of these guys out, especially this one because I kind of like that one as a blending brush right there. So yeah, that was. I'll have to show you because again, it's like a thing that was an inch and a half tall. Oh, the other thing that happens, I don't know if this happens with other ones, but with the Bamboo X1, what actually happens is the your filament dispenser keeps bumping into the basically the roof or the cover. You can hear it hitting it all the time. And he said his was practically wearing down, so that's why he made this riser. And then he also put the vents in there at the same time. Right, Metalovich, how you doing? Great to see you there, Metalovich. We're having some fun with more of our multiscapes. That was our first one. On our second one, so great to see you there, Metalovich. I hope that you're doing well. Well, happy Friday now, because it is, well, it's a little bit later than I thought it was. I thought it was 12:30. Oh no, it's almost 1:30. Yeah, you can hear it, Cam, just scratching away. Actually, surface tension. Well, Dennis and I, we had that conversation, a conversation about getting the X1 carbon for dirt cheap because well, I was just wondering, is there going to be a Black Friday sale on top of the sale that basically they already have? That's fantastic, Metalovich. And Metalovich, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat there, please go ahead. Let me get a little, there we go, some of my cobalt blue on there. Do we want to go in this way or do we want to go in this? I think we maybe want it over here. Something like this. Then down here. So again, Metalovich, great to see you. Scumbled out a little bit. Let's do something a bit darker here, maybe a little bit of thinner in there too. So Metalovich, it doesn't matter whether it's purple, green, orange, polka dot, whatever. The key thing is always going to be you need to have some kind of like a horizon line. If you have no horizon line, you have to get those strong contrasts, Metalovich, for sure. Gotta have the strong contrasts. And then you need the reflected light. And sometimes that reflected light might mean uh, and also another color besides just purple in there. So it's got to reflect its environment just like anything else. If it's not reflecting its environment, it ain't metal. It's something, but whatever that something is, it is not metal. I'm going to go this way now. And now here we need our mountains reflected in the water there. And again, it doesn't matter if it's gold, doesn't matter if it's steel, it does not matter if it's pink or whatever's. It has got to reflect surrounding colors. So if he's wearing a green cape or something like that, there will be green reflected on your purple non-metallic metal. I'm going to make that bigger. All right. Let's get rid of this stuff here. Well, surface tension, remember, of course, excessive greed involved, but I wouldn't mind having, okay, if you can get an A1 and an X1 for the same price as what used to just be the X1, all the better, right, surface tension? You know what? I'm going to go that way with it. This is not white or anything of the sort. It is lighter, yes. Again, that is not white there. Work a little more this and okay, there we go. And then repeat that down there. Darker. Get into our violet here. Bam. Like so. Let's just scrumble and scumble that, because like we do. Maybe some of that over here as well. Up in here. Let's see. So yeah, Metalovich, well, again, you can try some color charts too. Maybe try doing some color charts and seeing what happens with different mixes before it's on the miniature. Let me grab a little, more of this, and then some of this, and that will go in here. More of our cobalt. You're gonna give me a little bit of the regular violet. There we go. There we go. And a bit more of that violet over here. So creating something a little bit different around this guy over here. So that has changed a whole bunch. Might just be looking right at you, surface tension. Who knows? Maybe, well, maybe this is Mordor or something like that. Yeah, and it's just keeping an eye on you over there. Sauron has his eye turned towards you there, surface tension. So Metalovich, remember, well, even with our golds, I think, well, this will work here. So with the golds, there we got greens in there. Look at this. We have almost kind of like an orangey type color. There's violet in there. So again, there's some green around there. And then of course over here again we have almost like a Terra Rosa type of color, some Indian yellow, and then look at that. It's green right over there. If you were to look at this, at no point is any of that yellow. At no point, and that's supposed to be gold, right? Yeah, he just he found himself a new hangout, right? Right, surface tension. Let me get rid of this and get some violet in here. Some of this, some of our dioxazine violet. And that is going to go around here. Maybe some of that up there. And then we will use this to soften up some of those edges like you do. Like so. See you later there, Valfera. So I'll see you later there, Valfera. I'll shoot you a message tomorrow, see how things are going. So appreciate you being here, Valfera. Sorry if I missed you. Now, where's my... There it is. Grab me some of this and some of this. You know, that has to be a whole lot lighter right there. Let me see if I can use this one here. So see you later there, Valfera. So Metalovich, we've been doing 2D art for, oh gosh, it's actually several years on the channel. Then after Adepticon, we were doing the landscapes of Middle Earth, right, for a long time. We were doing the ornaments and such. And then when we started to do these, that's where the spacescapes, right? We did our spacescapes of Middle Earth. Once I started doing those, that's... then after a Gen Con, I came home with those... basically those kind of airbrush demo type things. And I was like, what the heck am I going to do with these? I had 4 of them. And then we chopped them up into 4 pieces. And then we did a whole bunch of spacescapes. And they were so much fun that I thought, well, let's keep doing these. And each one of them kind of had a little different color theme to it as well. I'm going to take this, and that is going to go in here with maybe some of this. Nope, still not light enough, so I'm just going to take a different brush here and just work that in. Okay, there we go. First it was too light, then it was too dark, and now I think we've got it just about where we need it to be. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, okay. So yeah, Metalovich, do I have that ornament here? No, I don't have the other ornament there. So yeah, Metalovich, you can check out the YouTube channel and stuff. There's a whole bunch of the old sessions there. And again, we've been. I think this is set number. We did set number. So this is set number 7. So after this session, we will have 28. Count them, 28 spacescapes. That's pretty wild. I'm gonna just take this and we're just gonna stick that in here. I'll use this and scrumble that in here. Like so. Push that over this way a little more. We actually have done the purple stuff. I forget which. That was probably like a Dark Sword miniature or something like that. Might have been. Or was it on an Eldar type of thing? Might have been an Eldar type of thing. Not sure. Breaking down. Let's. Okay, usually more stuff comes out of the container when it's open, so let's do that. Again, that's a pro tip that you only get on a channel like this one, right, Camda? Who would have thought more stuff comes out of a container when it's open? That's next level stuff right there. Time for our little lens flared thing here. Another one of our handy dandy blending brushes there. Where'd that brush go? Just had it in my hand. There it is. So we're maybe 10 something minutes into this one. Maybe, I don't know if we're quite 15 minutes into this one. More lens flare action there. So yeah, Metalovich, it's the same thing, but it's not the same thing. As we saw, actually, right, Camda, we just did in our last color theory and oils video. Egyptian violet is the king of violets, right? Surface tension, everything else is just purple. There's definitely a difference. However, there's also a price difference. Yeah, who would have thought, right? Again, that's a Series 5, that the Egyptian violet. And again, there's a price to be paid for said goodness, that's for sure. Now I'm going to use Sevres blue for this because reasons. Because this is actually we have a little bit of the dioxazine violet comboed with the not radiant violet there. Let me do this, a little there, and then we have to do a little something here. We got nothing going on there. Now we need to start doing some of this in front of this little star right here. Doing what we've been doing on some of the other ones. Blending brush of some kind. I guess we'll here, go back to one of our fabulous crafty brushes there. Just kind of scrumble that in. So yeah, Metalovich, all I'm using right now is this. Look at that. It's dioxazine purple. Now I do think after this one here, I am gonna wash some of the stuff off of me here before we get into a spacescape number 4. That will make life a little bit easier. And have a little bit less stuff getting all over the place. Especially when I try to grab other figures. Yeah, there is nothing like Egyptian violet, right, Cam, or even dioxazine. The intensity of it is just, well, it's very impressive. Okay, now we want to get, I wonder, I'm just going to use you. We'll actually maybe chuck some cedar in there. We're going to carve ourselves a horizon line here now. One that goes over there. One that goes over here. Push this that way a little bit. Scrumbling brush here to soften this up like you do. Let's get all this stuff out of here. And then we'll start getting some later things happening right there where that star is. Same thing here again with some of our reflections of our mountains. Yeah, Middleovich, it's especially now that we're using the Paul Rubens and such, and the Winsor Newton Alkids. And again, that is why in that last color theory and oils video, the newest one, I say it over and over again. There is a difference between the alkyds and the other stuff that costs more, and there better be right surface tension. I mean, you're going to be paying more for Welsh Landic cobalt gray shade, right? You can't just get that anywhere, right? That is a rare shade indeed. So you're gonna pay a premium for that, aren't you? Surface tension. Yes, you don't get Welsh Landic cobalt gray for free. I'm gonna get more of my. There we go. More of the sky blue in there. Now, surface. We still have to make those labels. Surface. We need to have a. I know you made the. I think you did make some. It was a nice little illustration, and I think there was also a little like a color swatch too, right? Surface tension of the cobalt gray shade. Because again, cobalt gray shade. That is not an export product. So unless you get something that's been smuggled out of Welshlandia, you cannot get your hands on that cobalt gray shade. Actually, surface tension, I think it will be hilarious to see almost like an art store listing their surface tension. So obviously you make the labels and all that kind of stuff, but then have it like almost look like a legit art store listing or something like that for the Welshlandic, gray starter set. Okay, now we got it. Because we needed this light hitting this too. All right, we're getting there. We're slowly getting there. Well, maybe not so slowly. It's kind of happening pretty quick. Again, 2 hours and 13 minutes ago, not one, not two, but three paintings had, well, absolutely nothing on them. See if we can work in a little bit of that same light over here now. I just the humor of that surface tension, literally just seeing the colors of Welshlandia starter set, and it's just like 100 gray paints. The key thing is surface tension is somehow to convey that it's not just like a black and white picture, right? That it is a color image. It's not just like again this black and white thing. Getting some of our reflections here of the mountains down into our water here. We need a little something lighter there. Whoops. Get back to that. Again, a little bit of horizon line, maybe even a little bit of, and something kind of cutting through some of the water there. Ah, yes, everything, just like everything is pigment red 101 in the non-Welshlandic world there, surface tension. Everything in Welshlandia is pigment gray 101. I mean, again, it makes perfect sense. Now, again, that is Egyptian, no, it's our dioxazine violet. And a little bit of our white as we welcome in Erdogan Games. Nice to see you there, Erdogan Games. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Erdogan Games a follow. Now, Erdogan Games, I know you've been working really hard on a whole bunch of different things. I wasn't sure if any of it is stuff you can share yet. But if you do, if you want to share anything, please go ahead and do that. Where is. Ah, there it is. So, speaking of our violet, let me get some more of my dioxazine, not Egyptian violet there. Arid, it's not easy doing that stuff, right? It is not easy, and sometimes you think of, well, this should be a really easy project here. Sometimes those end up being the most challenging, the most difficult, right? But again, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, please feel like you can do that, of course. And again, everybody, please give Irdikin Games a follow. Uh, and of course, Irdican Games, you're a million miles ahead of me on Blender because, well, the amount of times I've used it is 0. Given how many times or the volume of changes to all the different slicers that I use, I might never get a chance to use that because I spend all my time now just trying to relearn the same slicer that I knew exactly how to use 5 minutes ago. Oh, wait a minute, sorry. 5 more minutes has gone by. All the bamboo slicer and all the other slicers have changed again. And not a little bit. They don't look anything like they did before. They don't work anything like they did before. Because, of course, why keep it easy? Why have it actually work and be efficient when we can take it and make it unintelligible and not work? Because that is definitely what people want in their product. So, can we just kind of look at that? How nice and soft that is right there. Nice and soft. Again, just using this as a blending brush right here. Might even work a little bit of that over here now. Even smush some of that all the way up right against that mountain there. Well, I'm sorry, sorry, the Iridican. Now, Iridican Games, is it possible to just maybe, again, do something that you've done a bunch of times? Basically, I hate to say it this way, do something super simple that's pretty much guaranteed to produce some kind of a result, and then maybe kind of go from there. So just do something where you can say, okay, at least I got something here, because something is always better than nothing. So yeah, I've not had a chance to use anything, any kind of blender or anything like that. Have not had a chance to use anything like that. I was hoping to. Alright, we'll see you in a bit there, surface tension. So surface tension, I'm hoping that I got some fun pictures to send you tomorrow of actually a massive, like 3 foot by 6 foot backdrop. A flexible one for our spacescape, not for our spacescapes, but for our Battlestar Galactica ships. So here's hoping that works out. Again, sorry that that's just been super frustrating there, Arid. I know that is no fun whatsoever. Especially like when you say you work that hard on it and you say, well, okay, I got me nothing. But have a great stroll there. Stay safe. Now, I don't know if you. Hopefully, the Welsh Atlantic Space Agency has maintained the proper shielding there from the death orb in the sky. I would imagine, since, well, guess what? We're officially closer to October than we are August. That the shield is not needed as much. No problem there, Eridican Games. Again, everybody please give Eridican Games a follow. And again, Eridican Games, if you want to post like an older thing in the chat, there's nothing wrong with doing that. Because it's probably going to be new for most folks here anyways. So yeah, if you want to do that, that's all good. And again, I know it is a bummer, but always just keep in mind all the stuff that you do know about it. Ah, that's fantastic surface tension. You got to stay away from those bright colors, right? Got to stay away from those. Those are deadly. Welshlandic eyes are not. They're not actually evolved and designed to see things like colors. That can be very harmful to Welshlandic vision. Taking my little filberty brush there, doing that, and we'll take this here, and we're going to do this here. Again, some nice softer things up in there. I do. I do have this to, again, you can see there's a little bit of paint that's kind of coming off on, again, every brush can be a blending brush. Sometimes they are micro blending brushes. But yeah, we need to soften up this here a little bit, tone that down. That's okay for this to be super hard edge, but not this down here. Actually, let me get some of this out on the palette here super quick, like 1 second. So we got this now, a little bit thinner there. And let's get some really hefty light stuff going on right here. Again, right where our star is. It's like, how could we not have really light stuff happening over here? And bam, just like that. It's going to make a difference. Some of that here. All the way down there, and now can connect the dots there. So have a good night's sleep there, Irid. And again, thanks for the raid. Now again, as we do these, right, it kind of cuts into our darker area. More of this. And there we are, more of that. Another Round us some light again. Underneath that star right there. And that star just going to reflect in our water over here. And Erda Michael, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Wasn't sure if you had a chance to earlier on. There was a raid going on, I think, right at that time. Yeah, if you want to share anything in the chat, please please go ahead and do that. I think yeah, just as you were coming, and same thing. I think Arid too. Astro Canuck dropped in with some closest friends. Violet mixed with our white essentially makes radiant violet, sort of. It is not quite the same thing, because remember, you can mix a bunch of paints together. It is different than mixing two pigments together and then adding the linseed oil. So that is why things like, say, the radiant colors are not the same. It's just, I'm just going to take Diox Violet and mix it with white. Boom, I got me radiant violet. No, it's not quite the same thing. Because remember, now Green Fairy Studios, he was the first one to find us the radiant paints. And he went to Gamlin to try and discover what their secret was, and they said, well, we could tell you, but then we'd have to kill you. So we only know of it as fairy dust. That's all we know of so far that fuels the radiant colors. And that's something I kind of started to notice when I was mixing my own paints. And again, we've done that a bunch of times, and actually there's probably going to be a new video coming again about mixing your own paints. Now that I've got a couple of different types of tubes, I do believe that's going to be another new video coming up there, so be ready for that. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. Now Arda Michael, what was it, the 200 terrain pieces, how are you doing on those? Hopefully all goes well with the terrain project there. Trying to get me some more of that violet down in here. Also some more of it down over there in that corner. And I think is it almost time for some spatter stars? Though it's getting close to some. What the heck? Let's do some spatter stars here. Just running out of places to put these things. All right, there it is. There's our magical spatter brush there. So again, everybody please give Arda Michael a follow. Thinner, like before. Get ready to spatter here. Spatter, 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 more spatter, spatter. More of that here, there, everywhere. Spatter all over the place. Spatter there, maybe whatever's. And then, well, guess what we're going to do? We're going to blink some of these stars out of existence, because that's, again, that's what we can do here. So, where we have too many, bam, all gone. All gone, more gone. It's like mass extinction right here. Yes, Camden, we can do like a mass intergalactic extinction here with the oil paints. That's how powerful they are. All right, there we go. We got some of our spatter stars in the sky now. Because we've been working on this thing about 35 minutes, right? So we got ourselves another 20-ish minutes or so before we move on to the next one. Hit that for about an hour, And then afterward, or after a while working on that, we say enough of that, and we go back to some of our first ones and start maybe creating some more details on those, whatever. Or like this, see, now we're starting to work in with a little bit of our darker contrasts here that maybe we didn't have before. Maybe a little bit there. And now let's see what we can do over here. This is Indanthrone Blue. Indanthrone Blue here. It's just it's all just noise, right, Camda? It's like billions of civilizations, whatever. That's just white noise, right, Camda? That's just like that's like a background fan or something like that. Yes, the chatter of civilizations to us is meaningless. Yes, when you're one of the elder gods, and I don't mean like those fake elder gods, like the Cthulhu stuff. It's like, pff, yeah, elder schmelder. They're mere youngsters on interplanetary scale. Speaking of blend, I'm just gonna blend that away. Nah, let me go more violet here. That's bringing in a little. Whoops, maybe not that much. There we go. Oh, okay, that's some more like it there. I like it. I like it, Camda. We like smoothies, right, Camda? You chuck in some planets and some heavy elements or something like that, and boom, you got yourself a delicious smoothie. And that's the new starter box, right, Arda Michael? Like I said, I have done very, 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 very few Conflict 47 minis. Maybe a handful, and that's it. I might have done some of the Wolfen or something like that. Maybe. Yeah, mostly because once you get into Conflict 47, well, it essentially is a sci-fi game, and well, there's a certain reason why bolt action is something that I do, and that would be the historical element of it. It was a very clever, definitely a very ingenious way that they sort of worked that in. So it was a very, very ingenious way they did that for sure. Again, just kind of carving in here some more shapes. There we go. Kind of like what we do here with our clouds there. Do me some more of that here. Extra lights along that. Yep, and that's gonna work its way into those our more distant mountain valley, whatever that is, whatever. And you can see our shadows. So there's still some light things going on here, but they are obviously nowhere near as these lights over here. So now here we need a. Nah. Oh look, we blending brush that out of existence. More here. Okay. So I think our last one, which is the this one here. So we're gonna go with some more whole planets on that. We've done what, two landscapes here, or as we call now sandscapes. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do a little bit of our lens flare effect. I have a blending brush here. Make that go straighter. Back to our blending brush here. Same thing here. Blending brush again. Goes this way, goes that way. Ah, boy, that's small. I think they're usually at least 1,000 pointers, right, Michael? I forget what the. I know that the original German vehicle was kind of that. It was almost like a chaos defiler or something like that. It was like an SDK 222 stuck on a bunch of legs or something. And then with the US, it was those walkers. I think there was what, like the grizzly, the coyote, or something. And then I know with the Italians, they had kind of almost like robot type things, or was that the British had those weird skinny robots with their little tin pot helmets? So they are all brand new scopes, huh? Again, we're working it now. It's a little bit, you can see some finer details there into our little snow-capped mountains here, or ice-capped, whatever they are. I'm gonna try to throw a little, maybe some, not too much extra light on the reflections here. A little something more. And there we go. Maybe some more little, here, let's do some more little stars up there. Maybe some over here too. We kind of wiped some of these away in our galactic purge, right, Camda? Oh, well, I could see, yeah, I could see the jetpacks for sure. Let me do some more up here. There are little stars. So again, we got maybe 15-ish more minutes before we'll move on to the fourth one. So rolling, these are a little bit too small for that. Ironically, I'm about to create a giant version of, the spacescapes that you see on the Battlestar Galactica ships, that kind of turquoise and orange. Well, I was supposed to do that today, never got the chance to do it, but tomorrow I'm going to try and create a massive version of that, as in a gigantic version, and see what happens. Essentially be 3 foot by 6 foot almost. It's basically like a flexible backdrop for that 3 foot by 3 foot photo booth. I'm going to be using a combination of the acrylic spray cans. Now, that is not spray paint. There is a difference. But yeah, these are only 5 by 7, so they're unfortunately too small to use as photo backdrops. But I've got a whole bunch of, say, 11 by 17, 16 by 20 canvas boards and canvases that were bequeathed to me, and I was thinking of doing those. So yeah, I was actually even going to do a tutorial video on something like that. And it wouldn't just be spacescape backdrop. It would be all kinds of, a landscape one, maybe something with, maybe even almost like a city type thing in the background, or something again for spacescapes and such, and for regular miniatures. No, that can't be quite as. Is this gonna be too dark or not? Okay, that is pretty good. Get that dark in there. All right, yeah, now that there we are. We're getting there. You know what? I'm gonna have this go off of the edge here. Let's do that. Over the edge. See you later there, Erid. See you in a bit. And again, the frame is going to cross over that, so no biggie there. Now, Michael, sometimes, no matter how hard you try to keep kind of pressing ahead, right? Then it becomes, well, then you start chasing things, and the next thing you know, you're kind of diminishing returns, as they say, because that can most definitely happen. I'm going to try to also, here, let me get a little, yeah, that works. That is going to work. Let's get some of that up here. Yeah, Michael, at a certain point, it would be one thing, I guess, if all you were doing was not painting miniatures or something that does require a whole lot of situational awareness and a lot of consciousness. Minor details, right, Michael? Again, so what I'm going to do is, now that we're pretty much at our almost 1 hour mark for this one, I'm going to try and wash some of this stuff off of my hands here. Again, wash some of this stuff off, and then we'll try to get going on Spacescape number 4. Get that caught up to these guys. And I think we'll try to do the Wapelius, because I think there's no microphone on that, so we can use that little animation there. I haven't actually had a chance to use that yet for its intended purpose. So it'll be a channel first, using the Wapelius Spellbrush animation as my I'll be back screen. So again, Michael, again, I hope that tomorrow you can have even more success, get more stuff done. Nope, 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 not up there. I almost put that where that was really not supposed to go. Yeah, let me get some of that cut down too. And then what do we have up here? Too many hard lines. We're gonna mash those up a little bit there. We need. Okay, there we go. Now that is reflected in the water there. That's good. That's good. Probably get me some more of my fast mat weight out here. Again, when we get into our last spacescape there. And we got a little. Let me get rid of some of that. Just a big old blob of paint right there. We don't need, certainly don't need big blobs of paint on there. Oh geez, that's way too much thinner. Let's just get more violet and more of our not radiant violet in there. Create some more clouds up here. Blending brush. We'll just use this guy again, right here. Now we're not doing this. It's a this kind of motion. It's more of a tapping motion here, or it's like the little stabbing motion like that. Because something like all that's gonna do is smear it. It's not gonna do any kind of blending or whatever. It's just going to smear stuff all over the place. We don't need that for sure. You know, I'm gonna get rid of that. We just blinked another star out of existence. There goes a whole other set of civilizations there. I'm going to take that. Looks, yeah, it does have Severus blue on there. There we are. Now that's also kind of looking like what we've got in the sky. That's better. Set blending brush again. Scrumble that. There we are. More of our little scrumbling right there. And then maybe more. Here, let me get some of our. Yeah, this. I don't know. Maybe it's because I was talking about Indanthrone blue so much on the. I think it was on the last stream or something. I just haven't had a chance to use that. It was on my mind. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna grab me some Indanthrone blue. That's what's over down here. Don't tell the Prussians that. Yeah, we told the Prussians that we're not going to be streaming tonight, so that we could safely put the Indanthrone blue in the Prussian blue spot. Otherwise, there would have been a bit of a fracas. All right, so now again we are going to try and wash some of this stuff off my hands, which is going to be very easy. All it takes is dish soap and warm water. Boom, done. That's it. That is all that's going to take. You could do the same thing on your brushes too. Again, dish soap and just warm water. It's linseed oil, it's safflower oil, it's walnut oil. Guess what? That is not. Yeah, that's not something that's going to fuel a vehicle. So yes, soapy water should work on that organic material there for sure. Camda, it could be it'll be a violent exchange to say the least, right, Camda, between the Prussians and the Indanthrons. me just get some of this paint out of here too. Okay. So as and I think it is. Oh yeah, here. Watch Lapelia Spellbrush tell you about brushes. While we're just gonna do a little bit of quick cleanup, and we're gonna get back to our next painting. Don't go away. We have returned. This one goes to the side or in front of me, and then this one comes out. And it is time to do something on this one right here. So let's get ourselves some. Where do we want to put a? Maybe up there. Plant it here. I'm liking that idea here. So, Anthanthrine blue. That is gonna go here. Something like this. Here. Off the edge. Another one over here, maybe. I don't know, Camda. It's so exhausting creating these new worlds here. Yeah, it's like super exhausting. I'm not sure I can even continue. It took so much work to get those in place. Yeah. What are we ever to do? All right, let me get something like this and some of this combined together. That is going to go over this here. Nope, nope, we want reflected light there. Reflected light like this. Come on, down there too. Same deal down here. And then all that's got to be darker. Like you do. There's something in here. And now we're going to bring out the white once again. Fine, I'll just chuck it down over there. Let me get some of that off of my hand here. Ah, that's why it's getting on my hand, because it's on the brush. Okay, fine. Now we're going to start working our lighter stuff into here. More of that white here. This back to, oh, you know what? Let's get that cobalt blue mixed with our white over here. So we did that. That's all going to be the blue there. I'm going to go opposite here. We got, okay, that violet. That is going to go here. Come on, there we go. I don't know if you're going to hear that scrumbling away there, but thinner to revive that. So not so much of the blue there, but something again that's got more of the violet going on. Same deal over here. So changing that from blue to something more like a violet there. All right. Ultra cobalt blue. Mix this up here. Now, Diox violet there. Smush it around. Nah, just do that. Be easier. And we've got ourselves a very handy little brush to smush that all together really quick. Well, that got very soft in a hurry, didn't it? Got real soft, real fast. So there was no planets or anything on your Camda. I've been trying to do, now that I kind of know what I want to do with these things, I try to make sure that there's always one that has nothing on it. No little stars or no little planet, nothing on there at all to start with. So yeah, there was, all there was just some wispy tendrils of space stuff. There was no planets, no stars, no nothing. Right along our edge here, we'll do a similar thing with our smaller one on the bottom. Yeah, you can see what is essentially some kind of craters, whatever, on the surface there. If you take probably even binoculars and look at the moon when it's very much a crescent moon, you're going to see this same sort of thing right along that shadow edge. Same deal. Oh, and by the way, that is not straight up white. That's not even close to straight up white. Not even close. We got a long way to go before we get to straight up white, that's for sure. It's one of those things you never want to do, right, Camda? Is do that blinking thing. That is not allowed here. No blinking allowed there, Camda. Because what happens? What happens? You miss stuff. Now, your eyes might get a little bit dried out in the process over the course of, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours, but it's worth the sacrifice, right, Camda? More of that cobalt blue in here. No, 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 the cobalt blue. Who would have thought, Camden, that the place I could actually finally use cobalt blue or some of this stuff would be in the spacescapes? That is not where I really thought it would be a massive use. Let me get this over here. There we go. Alright, and now let's do our, get back to our violet here. Yeah, there we go. Definitely don't want to blink here. That's all it takes is for an entire galaxy to go out of existence, right, Kanda? Just a mere blink of an eye in this world, or in our universe anyway. Where is... I might just grab you. Our violet again. For some more of our dark cloud behind that. See how it starts to bring that out more now. I would like, if possible, let me just... I don't even know what's on there. Oh, there's nothing on there. Nah, I want to go with the violet. Let us switch this all around. There we go. Violet there. Some of that violet into here. Yes, definitely. Like Candace suggests, do not blink. Blend that out. Also, now do some blending up there. And now we can do something like this. I mean, obviously we can do these with the airbrush, but how's about we doing with our regular old hairy sticks here? Let's work our way around. Pull this over. So now we have one of our little, again, the little solar flare effect around it there. Lens flare. No, I want a more of a violet there. Boom, there we go. And this is maybe where we go for some fingers of creation. Which again, Cam, if we were to do these on that the super orange spacescapes there, that would kind of have, it would be like the Cheetos of Eternity or something like that, for sure. Oh wow, oh, that's fantastic there, surface tension. Well, there's painting to be done. There's printing to be actually surface tension. How many more pieces do you have on that Blood Bowl field to do? Thanks for thanks for sending the pictures of that. Of course, appreciate that. A little bit of our scrimble over here. Like you do. And still got Mr. Blending Brush here. Starting to get some stars out here because reasons. Ah, that's fantastic surface tension. So yeah, surface tension. I would try to print out Blood Bowl stadiums too. It's just I think I already have. Well, I know I have at least 3 of them still sitting in the house here. Well, now in the garage. So, and those were not ones I printed out. Those are ones that I made them the old-fashioned way. Surface tension, yes, the old-fashioned way. Foam and such. Alright, so again, now we're starting to get kind of that pillars of creation look going on here. Like you do. And again, this is Spacescape number 4. Let's do this. There we go. So it's possible that actually our Friday Dream might have, I don't know, you might be having some Khazad-dûm doors with lots of fiery orange light sourcing on them. That's possible. That could happen. Get all that stuff out of there. And now we'll go back to this. Let's get some of that up here. Just use this super soft brush to feather some stuff here. Let's see. It's kind of interesting, right? Surface tension, those super shallow things, they actually do really well when you print them vertical like that. I noticed that with that book of Wapple thing that I printed out, which was literally like that like a hard shell of a book, and because it printed vertically, it actually had way better resolution than you would have thought at just the regular point two layer height or whatever. Well, sure thing there, Camda. Those have some really weird properties, don't they? They're very grainy, super granular, and lots of unexpected things happen with those, right? So Camda, there are it's probably color theory and oils episodes where we make our own interference color. That's probably no, that's actually interference gold, right there. Surface tension, yeah, that's interference gold in there. So there's at least I think 2 episodes where I was mixing the fluorescent oil paints, and there's at least 1, maybe 2 episodes where I'm mixing the interference, and it's just interference paints, not with anything else in them. Hmm. Okay, we'll break out another one of our little craft brushes here for this, and then this. It really is pretty amazing, right? Surface tension, what that can do. It really, man, it is just sensational. Okay, there's a really, really, really bright star there. So Cam did. I don't know if you saw the latest episode with the Necron thing, but there were a few times where I was basically using just the interference green. But on their own, Camda, I mean, you thought that something like, say, Indian yellow was a translucent paint. The interference colors, they're they're uh, they are more translucent than translucent. I mean, it is that level of non-opacity. So yeah, what was it? Oh yeah, yeah. I don't really get a chance very often at all, right? Surface tension to do the TMM stuff with the oils. Very, very seldom do I get a chance to do that. I was hoping to do that with the Urukais. So remember October, I am going to try and do a massive Isengard Urukai thing. So yeah, Camda, when those new tubes show up, I'll try to do an episode on well, maybe just not just the interference cores, but maybe also the maybe some fluoros. It kind of depends if I can. I also need to find like the raw the pigment powders again, and it's been a while. I mean, I know where a bunch of them are, but yeah, I gotta locate those. And here we're gonna also just darken that whole thing down. That makes it way easier to negotiate this shape over here of our little planet there. Soften all that stuff up. Actually, it might even be time. You know what? We are going to do some spatter stars. It's time for Spatter Star Galactica. Let's get everything out of the blast radius. Alrighty, we got ourselves a whole bunch of the thinner and stuff on the brush here. We're going to spatter, spatter, spatter onto this. Spatter Star Galactica here. Some spatter over there. Let's get this stuff off of the brush real quick here. It's so funny, Camda, because I don't have like any of those things. I basically just take my craft brushes and just sort of mix it that way. I will see if I can find one of my palette knives, though. Yeah, I would like to try to employ one of my palette knives this time. Again, we're gonna blink some stars out of existence here. I think that's about what we wanted there. Yeah. Something darker, indanthrone blue maybe. Get that on our little planet over there. Maybe some of this around the outside. Nah, let me... that's the thing I want. Pull that over. Maybe the same with that. And a little bit right there. Now, those tubes that I was telling you about there, Camda, I'm pretty sure that those are not going to work like the metal ones, right, where you've got the, right, where you're going to put the paint in here and then fold it over on itself. The plastic tubes, obviously, this is already there, so the only way to get it in there is through this. So we'll see how we can make that work. Now, in the case of our interference colors and that sort of stuff and that sort of thing, since it's usually a thinner consistency, that'll be pretty much easy enough. For doing that for the Adepticon class, where I need to basically just put straight up oil paint in there, that could be a little dicier. I'm not quite sure that's going to work as easily. That's why I want to try it now. And that was it. That was the thing. What was the color, Camda, that we created? It was It was radiant gray violet shade or something like that. I think that's the one it was. And it was phthalo green and that purple blue or blue violet, whatever the heck it was. Yeah, it was something like that. Grab this and take this along for a little ride along our cloud surface there. So yeah, that was radiant gray violet shade, and it was just the phthalo green mixed with that blue purple or blue violet, whatever the heck it was. Probably blue violet or something. Violet. Some of this. It's Mars violet, or no, it's dioxazine Mars black. There you go. So even more little things going on here with the. You can see it right there. More of our dark down here. Take this and start to kind of mash that in with what's already over here. Now we'll do that same idea over here on this little guy. His little buddy over here. Is this the... Yeah, that'll work, whatever. No big deal. Camda for, again, like things like that Tyrannid series, it worked really well for them to give them that sort of, I don't know, that rainbow beetle carapace type thing. It worked very well for that. And we did the same thing on actually some Battlefleet Gothic ships. I'll be doing that some more. Because effectively it kind of it can give them a really, almost like that, well, that Babylon 5 Minbari effect, right, Camda? Yeah, something like that. So they almost end up looking like Minbari ships a little bit. Boy, Kansas, I really enjoyed doing that painting. Somebody actually did. Well, they found the almost cartoon style painting I did with the McFlarns, where you had basically the golden arches on Minbar, and the military and religious cast. I think all three of the cast were there, and none of them were terribly happy about that. And Sheridan, he had like the little hat on, and he had a tiny little Minbari ship, and it was called a Meal of Joy. That's right. Sadly, I don't have that painting up on my scenes anymore. I realize I can only have so many scenes on here at any one time, so yeah, I kind of have to trade them off one for the other after a while. And I'll get some more of this, almost a little bit like a Pillars of Creation type thing going on here. Now it's possible that I might take the oil paints on that photo backdrop I was talking about to do some of the more detailed type stuff on there. Yeah, if I can find that painting there, Cam, I'll send you pictures of it. It was one of my favorites. Again, I don't really do kind of cartoon type things, but it was a painting and definitely sort of almost like a realistic cartoon style, I guess if you want to call it that, like a stylized sort of thing. There we are. Okay, and now more of our. Nope, nope, nope. Some of this. More of our kind of craterage here. It was definitely it was stylized in the same way that the Eldritch Foundry stuff is kind of stylized, or Artisan Guild. So yeah, kind of stylized almost like that. And I am still printing out more of our football players there, so that on one of our fabulous college football Saturdays, we will be painting ourselves. Okay, we'll start out with the Swampton Crocs. That'll be our first of our APCC teams that we paint. I tell you, it's actually easier doing this stuff with the oils than it is with the airbrush, which I find hilarious. Nah, let me thin that down some more. Getting some of our violet up over across this star here. More violet. There we are. Then little wispy things going on there. Now we're about 35-ish minutes or so into this one. And remember, this one there was no of our like a little star hints there, nothing like that. There were no little starts of planets or anything like that. All that has just been done kind of on the fly here. Gonna start to add in some stars here. Now we've kind of wiped out a bunch. We're gonna put a bunch back in, because again, that's what we can do here. And down here, we didn't really do much except add a little bit of that kind of mid-range blue. That's about all we did over there. Back to our violet there. Oh, look, it's almost like Mimas. That was a pretty fun ornament to do, wasn't it, Camda? That's no moon, because it looks just like the Death Star. Now that you can see now that there's some crater edges. starting to happen here. Kind of like our one painting that we did. Well, we've done that painting a few times. Definitely more than once. We got kind of the same effect going on over here on the smaller one. Cam, actually, I think you've seen some of the 3D printable ones, or you remember the Hobbit hole one that we did, Camda? I mean, it's literally a ornament, an ornament shaped like a Hobbit. It's got the door on it and everything. I think we've done 2 of those on stream, maybe. And just kind of working me. Nope, no, nope. Don't want those to be 2 exact same things there. Nope, let's not do that. I'll take this and again kind of soften that bottom edge a little bit. Boy, Camda. I mean, I wish I could just say, oh, go back and, look at the highlights. I wish I could do that. Eventually, those will all, again, those will all be coming back there, Camda. But actually, Camda, I wonder if one of them is, there should be a few of them on the regular YouTube channel there, Camda. I think there's going to be at least 2 of them. Now, because we've been doing them for years. Gonna take that and smush that around too. Some more of our lighter cloud stuff in here. So I'm just kind of taking that. Basically, that's that sort of much lighter sky blue. Again, that I think bright blue is the name of that color that you sent. Yeah. I might even try to go a little and come out even lighter here. Let me do just on this, not on this one, but maybe on this one here. And then a few edges of this too. And again, we're trying to get all the old videos onto that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there. There's not going to be any ads there because that's all about basically just kind of restoring what was lost when they took away all the highlights. Yeah, so now you can see we're trying to do some craters on this side here. Some larger, some smaller. Yeah, surface tension. Oh, geez, surface tension. Again, I'm pretty sure that was a Colts 3 Giga. I'll try and find that for you there, surface tension. Because, I mean, he really had amazing nativity figs. I mean, like, really incredible. So, again, you can see where we're starting to get even more with our that. Now we got to do some of these on the shadow side here. We'll take net, need a little thinner there. I haven't printed any of them out there yet. Surface tension. I have no idea. Okay, do they even have the supports on there? Are they any good? Are they easy to chuck your own supports on? Because some things are not necessarily the easiest. Okay, so see, now we're starting to get some little craterage going on here on this little world here. Okay, we haven't done this on any of our spacescapes so far, so this is super fun. Well, on any of these type. We've done them on the other ones, but not this type yet. Yeah, again, sorry about the actually surface tension. Well, hey, you just got yourself homework there. You might want to just shoot me a reminder message. Because Camda already got his homework assignment, right, Camda? Camda's like, I'm staying out of this one. Camda's like, nope, I already got hit with an homework assignment tonight. I'm steering clear of this one. So now our little Tycho style crater there looks like, again, it's got something going on. And now we're going to try to do some more, again, craterage around here. And that's where we're going to do a lot of our stuff here is on this guy. Is to work in more of these little craters right here. Yeah, so it's the draw for and changing the code also to, what is that, the insult to injury, right, Camda? Not just giving you the draw 4, but now also it's like, oh, no, we're going to change the color too. And we're doing that. And kind of crater on top of crater on top of crater is how we got to roll here. Doing some of this. Now I think the next thing we'll have to try to do on one of our little planets here is to make something more like, let's see, where is it here? I would love to have something like that going on, right? With that really crazy regolith that's going on the not cratered side there of Pluto. Oh, and by the way, the dwarves we're talking about here, let me scroll on back. I should have stayed where I was. I think that's what reminded me of them here is, come on. No, I guess I already scrolled past them. I need my dwarves here. My Medbury dwarves. There they are. So we're going to be doing this is what you might be seeing tomorrow. Actually, believe it or not, if I can get those babies prepped up, that I think is what you'll be seeing tomorrow. Well, it's the classic volunteer thing, right? Right, surface tension. When they ask for volunteers, everybody steps backwards. One step back. Because I know, well, obviously, Camden, you didn't get to see any of those. That was the stream. What was that? I think there was 10. No, there was 9 of those in 10.5 hours. I think we should do it faster, Camda. Something tells me, huge surprise, right? That I think it's gonna go faster. And not because just because it has red, right? Surface tension. Couple more. Yeah, here, let me move this up here. Doing that. Boy, I forget Camda. Those were, gosh, those might have been as long as 3 years ago, Camda. Those dwarves right there. So yeah, Camda. Well, we didn't have we didn't have any alkids then either, Camda. There was not a well except maybe for Fast Matte White. There were no other alkids. It's terrifying, right, Camda? A world without alkids. Now I will say that tonight's painting session. Let's see, there was one, two, three. There was only three alkids, and the non-alkids were mostly cobalts and the Endanthrin blue, which also, again, that is not a slow drying color. That's also not a that's not a cheap color either. Yep, surface tension. We'll see how many of those dwarf guys we can knock out. Well, Camda, you see me all the time showing the picture of the goblins, right? The Moria goblins, where I think it was we painted 15 of them in about 12 something hours. And again, something like that in with today's, because that was still with pre-glaze, Camda. You take away the pre-glaze, those things already would have gone way fast. Just taking away the pre-glaze on those. So great to see you again there, Irid. Again, Irid, if you want to share your Pinterest link, why don't you do that? Super quick there. Because what was it with the Army of the Dead, right, Camden? We did something like 10 of those in a matter of 5 hours or whatever. Everybody check out the Pinterest link that Iridican just shared. And I'll also give Iridican Games a follow while you're doing that too. So Irid, again, I hope that he's not too disappointed with the results from the work session the last few days there. Surface tension, avoiding hard work is hard work, right? You build up an appetite avoiding hard work, or at least you get mighty thirsty, you get mighty parched, don't you? Surface tension, avoiding hard work. Gonna try to throw me a couple small crater do thingies here. It's a highly technical astronomical term there, crater thingies. That is that's some inside astronomical knowledge for you right there. Yeah, Irid, the Armored Wolf and I, we were trying to somehow get the latest and most definitely not greatest stupid Cheeto box thing to work. They took something that went from very easy to use to, shall we say, a bit of a grumbler to use to something that's like, well, it's almost impossible to use. Where did that? Oh, there. We'll use this one. We will use this. We will take this. We will mix it with this. Aha, that's where that is coming from. Get rid of some of that now here. because we need some stars is over here, like this here. Actually, well, I think it was. Well, I cannot claim, originality to that. Obviously, Carl Sagan was the first one to use the crater thingies. Now, that's not his more commonly known catchphrase. Obviously, billions and billions is more what he's known for. Uh, when he kind of, what was that? What is it they called it? Oh yeah, they kind of tested that out. What was that? Survey test or something like that. They ran the survey, and crater thingies was not as popular as billions and billions, so it did not consumer test very well. So that's why people aren't as familiar with that. But yeah, that was his original. That was supposed to be his original catchphrase there, crater thingies. Yeah, he kind of realized the proper way all the thingies rotate around, right, and orbit around. Now, of course, the Welsh Space Agency. Now, who would have thought surface tension that they've been around for thousands of years? Because how do you think that shield got up into the sky there? It didn't just show up there in the 1950s and 60s, right? Surface tension. There's actually been a secret society of Welshlandic monks or something like that that actually had a space agency going, like, I don't know, 3,000 years ago. They were the original space aliens. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Welshlandic folk. They're actually space aliens, and thousands of years ago they created the Welshlandic space shield. They figured that all the other humans would just die off, and that one day they would inherit the entire planet. Now I'll keep working some of this lighter, again, some of the lighter crater thingy stuff going on over here. More of that light up here, and maybe even some like so. Let me see. I think Canada. Maybe that's where they sent some of their critters. Actually, that's what it. Whoa, that's what it was. Canada. They just they dumped all their pets over there. Yeah, the pets just got too big and too crazy for them to take care of. So they brought them over there. Here, let's get some stars over here. Yeah, that's kind of a super secret theory right there. Surface tension. Not many folks know about that. We might have given away some kind of key knowledge here on stream. Well, they were the original Atlanteans, right? Surface tension. Yeah, they were the original. They were the Atlanteans before the Atlanteans. And again, since they developed their own space agency with the Welshlandic Death Orb shield, they didn't suffer the same fate as the Atlanteans. Trying to smooch that out a little bit more. There we go. better. Now this also gonna get much brighter. There we go. Touch of our lighter stuff on the edge of our fingers of creation there. Not on this one, just on the closest one there. Again, a couple later edges on those guys too. And then we will do that over here on this cloudy surface. These cloudy things, that cloudy thing. Maybe a couple more of our crater thingies here. Yep, surface tension, see? Or Midsummer, I guess. I guess that's the other place you go. Is go to Midsummer County, and then you'll understand why they're all aliens. More touch of our light there again. So we got some more of our craters going on there. Not that bright. Not that. Let me try some of this. Little touch of it up there, and wait. That's there we go. Nah, this you don't want to go there, right? Surface, especially if you're gonna go there for like say an orchid flower contest or something like that, or if there's artwork involved, yes, or if there's a reenactment. And of course, Midsummer puts the fatalities into fates, but they would always just go right along, right, right, Camda. They would start out their little fete or carnival or whatever. They usually wouldn't stop those things or close them down until like 3 people died or something. It's like, yeah, this is a town of 100 people. 3% of them are dead, but let's just keep going with our little village fete here. Yep, Camda. I wanted to make a T-shirt for Kathy that with Joyce Barnaby's picture on there that said "The Butcher of Midsummer," and that Tom Barnaby didn't actually solve crimes; he just covered up the crimes. Now, apparently, they're not making new episodes anymore. At least that's what Kathy's mom was saying. Well, I think they finally depopulated Midsummer sufficiently that there was nothing else they could do. Yeah, it's like the land version of the Bermuda Triangle, right? Surface tension, everybody disappears. Well, Camden, there was 2 Barnabys. Yeah, there was the original Barnaby, then there was his cousin. So, oh yeah, there were multiple Barnabys. Now we're gonna get a little, yeah, fine. Couple little lighter edges on more crater thingies. And I mean, they went to about 100 different detective sergeants there. They even went through, I think, 4 or 5 coroners, maybe 6. All right, again, more of those right along the edge. Right along that edge there. Wow, that is really, that's very different from this one right here. Oh man, that is really different. Well, Camden, I mean, it seemed like every third episode, she always just happened to be around the murder scene or around the person who was supposed to be the murderer. How many times did she find the body? I think one too many times. Yeah, that might be a sign, surface tension, that it's not an ideal village. Can't take in some more. Just doing little tiny wispy things with their little cloud things there. Do this now, a little more there. Ah, that's what I need. Like, that's not quite as light as I thought it was going to be. Oh, that's right, because I was going from the completely wrong batch of stuff there. That's more. There we go. Maybe that's part of the. Maybe Joyce Barnaby was a real estate tycoon, and the whole point was to drop all the real estate value there in Midsummer so that she could buy up the properties. I mean, they lived pretty well for a constable's salary, right? Surface tension. Yeah, so we have plenty of nice light on that edge there. We got pretty good over here too. Yeah. Yeah, that's Joyce Barnaby for you. Tanking property values all across Midsummer, all across the county. I think I might try to hit one of those little crater thingies up there. Not too much later there. Now here, let's try some lighter stars again down over here. Like so. I think we're pretty good down here. Yeah. Couple more of those. Yep. Not so much over here in that cloud. Let's get some more of them down over here. Ah, we have none of them back this way. So again, I think our first ones, do we even have any planets at all on our very first spaceship? Maybe one. It had a little edge of a planet or something like that, and then it's got more and more complicated with their planets. Then they became landscapes, and then they became landscapes with lakes or ice or something reflective. I swear they did something with that, Camda. Yeah, they did. They did something with those. And in fact, over the course of 20 something years, they probably did multiple episodes on something like that. Remember, they also had the astronomy episode too? Yeah, so who would have thought that astronomy was going to be such a murderous profession? It's, I mean, when you analyze it, surface tension, is there any other explanation? There can't be, right? I'm trying to lighten up that a little more there, and also a little more right there. Maybe take away a tiny bit of that. And then there was, remember, there was the episode with the crop circles. Let me do some more of this. Yeah, a little bit more there. And then we'll take that to soften that up. Wrong. Wait, let me get this stuff out of here. Was there other brush? Get the stuff out of that. Then maybe grab this guy, more of our violet here. Now that would it was the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer there. Yeah, Midsummer, and it lasted much longer too. Again, just trying to reflect some stuff on up onto that area. And remember how rough some of these edges looked? Actually, we haven't done one of these, Camda. We have not done one of these yet, so it's not really going to show all that much difference in the color, but it is going to reveal. Look at that, edges galore, sharp edges there, and then it gets really. Look at how, I mean, no sharp edges there whatsoever. I think we got the right. Yeah, we got the right thing here. I'm gonna actually. I think that's a little bit brighter of a violet there too. For up here. Maybe move some of it over over into that. A little more down here, not too much, because again we want that softer edge to be there. Oh, geez, that was the wrong. That was the wrong violet. And again, tons of the violet over here. Some of it up there around our little star there. Fine, I'm gonna try to bring this line back there. We lost a little bit of that. A little more of a light there, okay. That's good. Fine, we'll have that go right up to the edge of our planet right there. So we still got ourselves a decent amount of the cobalt blue and some of the indanthrene blue sitting over there. I got this that I can use for a blending brush here. Let's do that. There we go. Just take away a little bit of that. A little bit of that. Again, I don't want to pile up too much of this later right next to this, because the lighter this gets, that loses all of its light and contrast. Remember how dark that was when we first started out before we got our nice little crispy highlights, and again all the edges of those craters on there too. Let me see here. I'm kind of going back to my reference super quick here. Let's just do this here. And again, if you look down in the corners there, right, did those, actually, you know what, here, let me set you aside here. Where's one of my first ones? Yeah, let's grab this one, because now we can do some of that over on this little planetoid here. Same sort of thing with our crater thingies. Again, that's the highly sophisticated astronomical term for such things. Nah, not up there. Gonna get some of the violet out this way. And that way. I'm going to try and go even darker down here into this corner. Let me see if that's possible there. Well, I got this. The Endanthrin blue, a little of this. Okay, now that's darker. I might even use this. I don't know about Edmore there. I'm going to try and do this without, and I need a little touch of it there. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Okay. Yeah, that's it. I was like, what's going on with this thing? Yeah, we just didn't have the darks that we needed there. We have them now, that's for sure. There's the darks we needed. This one. I think I got me a bunch of dark stuff. I do have a bunch of dark stuff on the brush now. To chuck in a little more dark plus smudge some things a little bit. Alright, we'll see you later there, Surface Tension. Hopefully you were able to kind of get a little start on something. And again, I'll try and shoot you pictures tomorrow of some fun stuff and try to get you the links for those figures, because guess what? I gotta start printing those too, Surface Tension. I gotta literally well, I may not even find those. I might just have to go back to Colts 3D and just download them again. I wouldn't be surprised. Let me just try to get. Wow, there's a lot of stuff in that brush. And these things are just, you can just get regular old makeup brushes. So you got this here again. That's from Green Stuff World. But I think one of these here, yeah, I mean, you can just, again, you can get these on Amazon. That's where this thing came from. So again, see you later there, surface tension. Let me try and get some of the... Okay, look at all that violet that's stuck in there. Yeah, we're probably going to have to take some of our warm, soapy water to these guys to try and get some of that stuff out of there. Do I have... Yes, I do have my fast mat white out here. Which means now I can get back to some of these. And try to do... There we go. See some a little bit more, some subshapes in there. Kind of like what we did with the one planet with all the crater thingies. Right, where we got a little bit more detail with those. That's kind of happening here. See, it's not all just the same very broad brush strokes. Hey there, Neshlin. Great to see you again. It's been a wee while. So how you doing there, Neshlin? So Neshlin, can you believe it? This is like paintings 20, 25, 6, 7, and 28 since Gen Con. We're racking up the paintings here, Neshlin. 4 at a time. Now, actually, what I was thinking of doing was actually going completely different and doing some seascape stuff. As in some sailing ships there. Now that I know how to... I mean, I've got tons of references of sailing ships and such. Alright, let me get some of this up in here, a little lighter, right along the edge of that little star right there. So again, Neshlin, appreciate you being here. And as you can see, we're kind of incorporating also some landscape elements now with our spacescapes. Hello there, Mom, and hello, Squeak. So, Mom, I hope that everything goes well, and I'm sure you guys are going to have something super yummy coming out of the air fryer. Recoil, that soft serve ice cream mechanism there is that is ultra tempting, wouldn't you say? So yes, indeed. Now, what I can do is, and we did an ornament of this, but I think I might try to see if we can arrange a more of a horizontal composition for that. Yes, I think it's time to do a horizontal composition for that somehow. Yeah, that's the painting I did when I was 13, and maybe that should start our little process there on doing some seascapes. Let me just try and get back to my scene there. There we go. So, Mom, I'm glad to hear you there, and hoping that feeling as good as possible. Again, nice little star reflection going on in the water there. Now, maybe we can do a little, something here, like these. Right, Alright, just to again indicate that there's maybe a little bit of action going on in the water. Just a little something. Yeah, not much, just very, very light there. Something like that. Now, here's our other one. We need to kind of do the same thing on this one. Now, again, now we're at 4 hours, 15 minutes. That's why we're kind of going back now. Going back into these and making some adjustments. Now that we also have our really latest light color out here to play with. Which you didn't really have before. Come on, there we go. Ah, that's great, Mom. Much appreciated. Now, wish me luck tomorrow. Well, later today, when we attempt yet another thing that's never been attempted before. I might have to take pictures of that process actually. But it's gonna be a interesting little adventure in trying to create giant photo backdrops. All right, let's get this out here. Here we go. Ah, see, it starts to lay this down on its action. Oh, wait, here. We need to do a similar thing here with light from that start. Now we'll make this a little brighter here too. There we go. Oh, it's the happy little spacescapes. I was just thinking, Cam, to okay, let's say we do kind of like what we want to do with the Army Showcase videos, and we're making all those theme songs. And at first I was thinking, okay, do we do some kind of thing that sounds very sci-fi for a theme song for all these, or do we just kind of make something almost like a Bob Rossian type little happy song or something like that, and people are expecting happy little trees and birds, and instead they get this? I'm gonna try anyways to get a little of our, again, that light hitting this here. More of that light hitting this over here. Well, geez, now it's almost, it's gonna be, yeah, speaking of dinner times, if it's 4:51 here, it's gotta be close to dinner time out there. Well, it's getting close to dinner time here. I think I might have 2 eggs left in the fridge. I believe that's what our supper is gonna be. Hopefully I was right about that. So again, trying to cut into this just a little bit there. Doing the same up here to make that a little bit irregular there. Wait a minute, nope, that might work a little better if we did this I don't know about connecting that. Let's take that away. That was the all-purpose paint. It's the paint for every need. Oh, and the Omni brush. That's it, Rico. The Omni brush. The Omni brush for the Omni channel, and then we need the Omni paint. So for the Omni channel, we have not just the Omni brush, but also the Omni paint. So that's Pigment Red 101, right? Recoil. It's the Omni paint. Yes, indeed. The Omni paint, the Omni brush for the Omni channel. Because we got everything here, right? Recoil. I wonder. No, no, I'm going to flatten that back out again. Let's just get rid of that. Wasn't quite what we wanted. Get some of these stars back up here. If we're going to have the one true brush, right, recoil, we probably should have the one true paint. We are all Pigment Red 101. Again, until you get to the Welshlandic Gray series, which is all Pigment Gray 101. That's the Welshlandic version of Pigment Red 101. It's made, instead of Welshlandic iron ore, it's just made from rocks. It's the dirty little secret of all the Welshlandic paints. They're just made from rocks. As in like just boulders. Not lapis lazuli rocks or anything like that, just rocks. Was that the last stream, Camder, a couple streams ago when you said we are all Pigment Red 101? Is that nope? That not dark enough. This should be. So I'm gonna try and get that down again. Just taking this and smushing the paint that's not really in there onto there. Look at all these very enterprising, hard workers here now. I want to just make sure so it's not there. Okay, so it is going to be up here. If we can, we have to scroll up a little ways to find this thing. To find our fabulous workers here working on the painting pyramid. Or is it the linseed pyramid? There we go. The linseed. Look at all those little guys running around doing all that very hard work. But at the top, so look at that. You got mid-tones, you got wet blending, all kinds of fun stuff in there. That was one of those ones that took a little bit of adjusting there, Cam. Some really weird things happened over the course of making that one. Oh, and recoil. I tried doing the juggling chainsaw one, and it came out even weirder. That's why I want to try that in video one, and then even maybe VidNaz. I've basically been using actually if you're looking for a free thing, VidNaz is very good. It actually lets you do a lot for free, and that's one of the reasons why I'm thinking of actually getting it, because I've been able to actually use it for free and do quite a bit of stuff with it. Now, nowhere near as much as I could as, say, like with Sky Reels as far as the volume. But yeah, VidNaz, that might actually be the next one that I give a shot. Now, NVIDIA is supposed to allow you to do like 60-minute videos or something. I mean, we'll see. Now, of course, it's, oh yeah, you can do this super long video. It's like, well, it takes up all your credits, right? Recoil. Oh, and recoil. I was looking at Suno. Yeah, a lot of the things that you can do, as far as all those adjustments, yeah, you cannot do that with the free version because I really started to look into that. Yeah, you definitely can't do those with the free version. Like we thought. I mean, not a surprise, right? But yeah, look at that, and that's okay. Yeah, you can't do this. Oh yeah, all of those things can't do those. At least as far as the adjustment goes. But it is actually it can be handy. I go into one of the other programs and generate something, or even if it's just like a word prompt or something like that. Oh, wait. Let's get our violet over here. Gee whiz. That's what we need here. Not the blue stuff. We need the violet stuff over here. It doesn't go that way. It should be going this way. So some of our violet all the way up into there, and some into here. And again, a reminder that the latest Patreon page tutorial is going to be all the snow, icicle, and blood effects. So again, look at that. The dirty down blood drips there, the resin blood drips there, and then the snow, right? The fabulous crushed glass snow from Armored Wolf, the icicles, and then the blood effects on the snow. And we didn't do just one; we did two of them. And again, look at, oh yeah, look, you see all the fabulous icicles hanging off of there. So yeah, that is going up on the Patreon page after the stream here. You do the $15 Army Painter pledge. No, you're not just be getting that. You'll be getting about 2,400 hours, or maybe more like 2,500 hours now of videos. And that is completely serious. You're getting what? Is it 11? No, it's 12 years worth of videos now. Yep. Every video I've created since 2013. And every month I make about 20 hours of new vids. So if you binged everything on your Netflix or whatever, fear not. We have you covered. More of that violet back there, and then that was darker than I expected it to be on our little clouds up here. I mean, no big deal. That should cross in front of that. There we go. I'm very curious to see if our new Wapelius Spellbrush figures printed out, because if you saw the video where we were sculpting those, and yes, I now have tutorial videos on how to use Eldritch Foundry. Yeah, that's Camda. I think there's several things that got repeated in there. There was wet blending, and I think there's also color theory maybe got repeated. Remember, I was saying that one was an adventure there, Camden? That one, yeah. I told it very specifically do this, and it very specifically did not do the stuff. Just like I think I might have sent you the. Well, you'll be seeing it in the next video. It's a vehicles workshop video where I went into the GPTs to try and create that color scheme, and instead of showing me the vehicle where I had pictures of it, it just kept giving me a rhino. I'm like, I even actually Rico, I did the first like multiple thumbs down, and that didn't seem to phase it at all. I was chucking out the thumbs downs like crazy, and it didn't care. So again, just trying to reflect more of our little mountains there. So I think, yeah, I think now we got this pretty well. We wanted a little something more over on this side. Okay, so we can set you over here, and we'll get to this guy over here. More of, oh, look at this, more crater thingies. Again, that was focus group, focus tested by Carl Sagan there. Again, it didn't play out as well as Billions and Billions, so he didn't go with that. It cost tens of millions of nothing to get that, the rights to use that. Yeah, there definitely is recoil. Now, I don't know. Now, can you make busts on the free one? My guess is that there's probably, it may not be so much maybe the facial controls and that sort of thing, but my guess is like the different skins and poses and clothes and that sort of stuff. Maybe not as many in the non-paid version. It's way easier to surmise in the with the like the songs and the videos, right? Because it's fairly obvious. Like, I want to change the words. No, you can't do that. Or I just want to redo this one part of. Yeah, that's what I can't do. Recoil is like redo individual parts. Nope. I mean, again, you can with the paid version, and that's all good. Not not complaining about that. I just wasn't sure what the parameters were, what could be done, what can't be done. So yeah, I think we got that worked out pretty well over there. What about some of this over here again? A couple little wispy things again in these more of our fingers of creation there. And this is barely a middle tone. That's how dark some of this stuff is. That this barely a middle tone looks very light by comparison. So that's I was gonna do the next video on that recoil because it would kind of be a twofer. It would kind of show what you can do with the bust, but the more important thing is you can actually see the facial controls. Because I mean, you can sort of see them, as a miniature, but because you can zoom in so much, but as a bust, that would really make a difference. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to those YouTube channels. And again, if you want to see this or any of the other like 40 spacescapes now, this is where you got to go. There are no ads there. All this is just a place where I can have my all my highlights and such. The nice thing is there are playlists. So there's a 2D art playlist. Instead of having to kind of hunt around through potentially hundreds of thumbnails like you did on the Twitch channel, all you got to do now is like, okay, where's the playlist for 2D art? Oh, there it is, and then watch. Much easier to find the stuff you're looking for there. And again, that's on that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So recoil, I'm actually gonna try and challenge myself. What I want to do is actually take a couple of basically portraits of people and see if I can essentially paint a portrait of them. How close can I get? Now, obviously, it's going to be stylized, but I just thought, this could be interesting if I could actually make it look as close as possible, and that might be a good exercise in really showing how those facial controls work. Now, those are the weirdest episodes to film recoil because there's nothing to photograph, right? There's no photo booth action. There's I literally had to go back in and look at the film there, recoil, and to do screen captures to get any pictures. Thanks so much for hanging out there, Irid. I appreciate you being here. I know it's super, super late and you're going to be exhausted. But again, Irid, why don't you share your Pinterest link one more time? Irid will be streaming later tonight, 7 Pacific, right, Irid? More Gundam diorama goodness. And again, that's check out that Pinterest link that Irid just shared. And go give Eric Kenwife a follow. Yes, on Friday and then again on Saturday. And that will be the usual 7 Pacific, right, Arid? I think I remembered what day it is. That's pretty miraculous for me. Actually, just remembering my own name is a significant achievement. I'm going to try and lighten you up a little tiny bit there. Again, not too much in this area. I think that is just about what we can do over there. What about the stuff? I'm going to put a little smidge of that over here. That ended up being more than a smidge. We'll just make it a smudge. Now, what do you think of that? Oh yeah, that's right. I realized too. Huh. Yes, it was early wakings, as we used to say here in Wampleville today. That's right. I think I got maybe 4 hours of sleep myself. Actually, that's what reminded me. Yes, I forgot about that. Okay. And the frustrating thing is getting up that much earlier and still was not able to accomplish that one task. Well, we'll have to do that tomorrow. What's happening? Okay, we're going to do that now. A little more of our stippling with the brush. there. Planet. Craters. A couple more of these. Now these are not going to be smushed down, right? We got these ones along the edge kind of smushed and foreshortened. These not so much, because we're kind of looking at these almost dead on or from above or whatever you want to say. Can't have too much of them because too many of them, then we won't have this dark band here. Just like we got on our little guy over there, his little buddy. Oh, these are the original crop circles, Camda. Yes, it's like a planet in it's like a planet in midsummer. It has crop circles. So we've done more of those little. Oh, here we gotta get this going. Some more smaller ones here. Again, the foreshortened variety up there. Now, actually, here, let me see if I can just move this stuff out of the way and maybe even use. I'm going to throw this down here to. Okay, so this one was. Oh, that was 2. So that should go here. Which one was this one? 4. Oh, it's upside down. It's going to go this way. So there's 4. Which was this? That's 3. This one's also upside down. Well, I mean, it could go this way too. I mean, either way. And then here's, whoop, there's your other one. So, well, it's kind of hard to tell which was the original way of doing it. Now we're going to retreat here with our camera. Boom. So there's our 4. It looks really different with these landscapes involved, right? Oh, actually, I can do this too. Here, wait, let's. Oh yeah, now it's a little more in focus there. And of course, we haven't done stuff like this too much. And when you look at the first ones, I don't even know if we were doing this, much less this. We certainly weren't doing kind of all the planet stuff like this. So that was that's been very interesting. Here, I'm gonna zoom in once again, and then we'll readjust our focus. There we go. Camden, well, think of the body count we racked up here. You know, wiping out all those civilizations. Yeah, Camden, I think it was almost midsummer-esque in the body count that we wait. Oh, and by the way, I have these guys. Oh, look at that, gold non-metallic. There you go. I know there was a few questions about gold non-metallic. Well, I guess we'll be doing that on those guys, Camden. And I was thinking that maybe we do one as a tutorial vid also. Yeah, we should probably do at least one of those as a tutorial video. But now I think, well, actually, it's almost, oh yeah, it's almost 5 hours here. I think it is time to say thank you to Armored Wolf for doing all of those moderations. Appreciate you doing that, Armored Wolf. I know it's not ideal circumstances. Recoil, yeah, the vicar is either the one doing the murdering or getting murdered, right? It works that way every single time, pretty much. Yeah. There's been some real interesting characters playing those vicars, right? Of course, I was always waiting for a crossover with the Vicar of Dibley. That was another favorite here in Wampleville. So thank you so much, and of course thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids, because we had a couple of nice raids. And of course we had very appropriately we had Astro Canuck. So I'll shoot you a message there, Rico, after we make some chow here. Appreciate everybody being here. And again, well, we're going to be painting here tomorrow and, well, later today and then Saturday. Of course, Saturday will be a huge day of college football. Yes, indeed. Huge day of college football. So thanks again, everybody, and we'll see you on our Friday stream later today.